Go on, computer. Are we live yet? Are you working, computer? God, that fish tank's loud, isn't it? Did it? Is it working? I don't know. Are we live? Is there anybody in chat? No. What? It says there's 3 people there. 3 ghosters. Must be all ghosters. Did him. Did him. Somebody might appear in chat in a minute. Let me know whether I'm live. Did him. Did him. Din 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 din. I don't know whether we're live or not. Well, it says there's 10 people. Ah, Adam, you are live. Thank you, Adam. Were you in last night, Adam? This computer's up and down like a bloody yo-yo. It's only got 8 megabytes of RAM. Oi, oi, Johnny. Right. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself. Hello, sandwich. Just wait and see whether a few more people come in. Or at least start chatting. It's slow tonight, isn't it? I don't know whether it's a computer or whether people just don't like the topics. What's that? What did you end up doing last night then, sandwich? Didum, 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 didum. I don't know whether on shadow banned or whether it's this crap computer. Yeah, like, there's a few more people coming in, but they don't want to chat in the chat. So everybody's scared of the chat or something. Or is my chat not working? I don't know. Oi, oi, Robert. Get him. God, that was loud. Israel is a war criminal. What's his notification? So ICJ come out and said it. Who's come out and said it now? We worry about the protesters in London doing their marches and what have you. Oops. This is last night. But Mr. Dark Raver, Israel have killed 20 more civilians in Rafah. Is crazy. Why government can't condemn this shit? Well, this is Israelis on Israeli streets setting fires against Netanyahu. They're on the streets again tonight. But I know what you mean, Dark Raver. Where are we to here? Shut that down. So I said I'd be covering some of the Hannibal directive. Ugh, where's this stupid mouse going? Shits and nigglets. Is that a genuine account, or is it taking the mickey out of shits and giggles? See, you know, people, oh, well, Society X moans about these parody accounts. Isn't every single name on it a parody account, you know, or a pseudonym? You know, we said this last night, you know, so I can't see it, bro. Can't see what, mate? What can you not see, Mr. Dark Raver? No, it's real. Oh, the account. What, shits and nigglets? Mm, it's definitely there. I can see it. Shits and nigglets can see you. So you must have them banned. Or blocked, rather. Hello, Terry Conroy. It's two above. Shits and nigglets. It says, are you sure? Equalizes the master of disaster. He says he can see you. You loved the live last night. Well, tonight's live at the moment, all my menus are a bit hickledy-piggledy. You know what it's like, you get organised like. But it's like, do I talk about Labour Friends of Israel, David Mentor? Do I talk about, or do I just rattle it on whatever order it comes out? Do we talk about the Hannibal directive? So David Mentor's interview, where it shows that the Hannibal directive killed most of the people on October the 7th. Oi, oi, cheeky. Which order do I play it in? Do I carry on where I left off last night with the Rothschilds and then lead into the corruption? What about the slave trade? Did you know most of the slave trade was actually run by the Jewish? And most of the ships, the slave trade ships, were owned by Jewish companies. And we were paying all that money for all those years up until I think it was 2015, was it? Or was it later? I can't remember. We were paying to pay for the slaves' freedoms. Equalizer, you're mad as poo. No, right. Haven't started anything yet, Ray. You haven't missed anything yet. Only Israelis on the street protesting against Netanyahu, setting fires. Didn't know which order to go in. I've got a load of topics, and then obviously I've got still got a continuation of last night's videos. Good, he's evil, man. Yeah, Netanyahu is. Yeah. So's his government. So's the Friends of Israel. What about? Oi, Michael. What about the Rwanda deal? Do we know why we're really getting into the Rwanda deal? Would it shock you if I tell you it's something to do with Israel? Would it shock you to find out that Eritreans and people of colour are being kicked out of Israel and given 3.5 grand and put on an aeroplane, sent to Rwanda, and then they land at Rwanda, and Rwanda says, we don't want you. They give them another 500 quid, they bundle them in a car, and then they drive them to the Ugandan border, where they then get met by another vehicle, driven across, and then driven to the centre of Uganda. And those that have stayed at Rwanda are being sent over here. Rishi Sunak, Suella Braverman. Yeah, Suella Braverman. Married to a Zionist. Married to a Jew. Or claims to be a Jew. I think he says he's proud of his Jewish whatever. Even though we know that there's no such thing as a real Jew. They can't trace any ancestry back to Judah. Yeah. Well, nothing will change this country unless it's for the worse. I mean, I remember Base Welshman saying we need Labour to get into power so that it can get much, much worse. And when Labour gets into power, because I mean, who's gonna vote for Conservatives? And if you can't spoil your ballot now, well, what do? You vote for a minority party. I mean, David Curtin's singing all the right songs, isn't he? I would never vote for reform. Who's going to vote Richard Tice? He's all for everybody having the jibby jabby. He was all for all the lockdowns. Hey, I watched a video today with David Curtin where he's well, you say it's all rigged. Yeah, I know it's supposed to be democratic, and if our votes really counted, then they wouldn't let us vote anyway. You know, we all voted regarding Brexit, didn't we? We won the vote on Brexit, but Is Brexit ever going to get done? Yeah, no, but we never left the ECHR, did we? Even though it doesn't, ECHR doesn't trump our laws that we had on immigration in the first place. No, we had laws. Then they rewrote the laws to adhere to what they were already stood in statute already, and tried to tell us. Suella Braverman tried to tell us his new laws. So those laws were already set in stone already. Yeah, it's like the new traffic laws. You know, just stop oil, and the what was the other ones that used to block all the roads? Um, insulate Britain or something it was called, wasn't it? And they were stopping all the ambulances and stopping all the bypasses and motorways. You know, the road traffic laws have been there all the way. And Suella Braverman goes, "Oh, we've made new laws so we can get just stop oil off the roads." Well, no, the road traffic laws were always there that you couldn't block a public highway. Same as a shop can't block a pavement by without asking for planning permission for Extinction Rebellion. You need planning permission to put table and chairs out. You need planning permission to put a sandwich board out. But you got the likes of Suella Braverman, Mr. Upton, new slag, married to a Zionist, who states that she's proud. Let's try and find her exact words. Does it say proud of her Zionist husband? I think he's like Ed of Mercedes or something like that, he is. Her words, my husband is a proud Jew and a Zionist. He's lived in Israel. We have close family members who serve in the IDF. And she was UK Home Secretary. Mm. You look at all the conflicts. You look at the conflict that's going on now with the Congo. No, Israel's behind it. There was a, are you a Muslim, Smiler? No, I'm not a Muslim. Sudan, the Sudan wars. There was a United Nations meeting today on the conflict in Sudan. Who's behind that? Israel. And well, who else are they fighting in Sudan? Russia. They're arming both factions. What was it called? The RSF, and then the other guys. I can't remember the name. The Sudan military. And Israel are arming both of them. I don't not subscribe to any religion. No, I don't subscribe to any religion either. She has got a Khazarian nose. Where was she originally from? She came as an immigrant, didn't she? But yeah, like Dark Raver said, it's not about religion, Frog. It's about who controls our government, who controls the world, basically. Who's controlled the world for as long. Is there a thing such as human rights anymore? Don't know, you tell me. There's no freedom of speech anymore, is there? Yeah, it's small arts, big plans. The small arts, they control everything. And then they even try and write the anti-Semitic laws. We covered this last night, didn't we? Yeah, our rights are being taken away for sure. Everyone is too distracted by other things. You know, everything I see on YouTube is people talking about bullshit about each other. People moaning because you're called Frog and Fishhook. Because Dark Raver's called Dark Raver. You know, because where's he gone? Mr. Giggles. I can't find Mr. Giggles in the chat again now. Yeah, shits and nigglets. You know, because shits and nigglets is shits and nigglets, then that's too close to being called shits and giggles. Furry bollocks. This government is definitely being blackmailed for some reason because we left Brexit. Think about it. Yeah, exactly that furry bollocks. You know, look at David Mentor. Has everybody heard of David Mentor? No, he was a former director of Labour Friends of Israel. He was a London Labour councillor. So a London Labour councillor. He was part of the lobby group for lobbying Labour. He was Labour Friends of Israel. He was one of the people who lobbied against Sir Alan Duncan not getting the appointment that he wanted and that Boris Johnson wanted and Theresa May wanted him to have. And now it's a spokesperson for the Israeli government. But he was a councillor in London. Okay. Might have one smiler too. This is smiler one, obviously. So how can these people, what was Suella Braverman doing sat in the Israeli government on the 2nd of April? And she left office? Didn't she get sacked from her job? Well, I met George Galloway. I said some interesting things. I believe that in the current climate, what he was talking about, he got the people's vote because obviously you got the people on the streets. But he's always stood for what's right, I think. And they used to call him a moat, didn't they? But I never looked up to see why they call him a moat. But then you got what was the leader of the Labour? Jeremy Corbyn. Yeah, Jeremy Corbyn is all for Palestine, but he was also all for the IRA. But Galloway, I haven't found any ties with Galloway and Israel. You know, I can find ties with Tommy Robinson in Israel. I can find ties with Mayor Tusi in Israel. I can find ties with what's she called? The crazy woman, the one that got kicked out of Australia. Oh, I can't remember her name. You know, the gobby woman. I can find ties with her and Israel. Well, they all took the shackle. You know, Mayor Tusi disappeared to Israel. No, not Arden. She does the pub night. One that always squeezes her little tits. Katie Hopkins, that'll be the one. I played a video of her the other day saying there'll never be no two-state solution and death to all Palestinians. But Mayor Tusi, he disappeared to Israel for 24 hours and did half an hour live stream while he was over there and then came back to England, took the shekel, and now he pushes everything against them and calls everybody on the Palestinian marches, he calls them Islamic terrorists. But if I sat here calling everybody Islamic terrorists, how long would I have a channel for? and he stands on the marches calling them Islamic terrorists. Yeah, but he's got like 450,000 followers now, is he? 2CTV or something. He went from 80-odd thousand and went to Israel and come back, and all of a sudden he's got 450,000 people following him. Yeah, he gets 5,000 people in his chat. But he talks about the opposite to what I talk about. Yesterday he was moaning about the Holocaust Memorial. £1.5 million for a stone. £1.5 million. I think it was £1.5 million. I think it cost. Or was it 1.5 million over budget? Look. Sure, it's in my safe stuff here somewhere. Where's it to? Where did I have it? Cost of Holocaust Memorial. One bomb. Oh, it's 189, 90, £192 million now. It's 89 million over budget. £89 million over budget. Taxpayers' money. Easy tiger. Heard their accent. Yeah, can't help being Cornish. £189 million for a stone and a little bit of park in London as a memorial. For what? For lies? We saw the videos last night, didn't we? Where's the memorial for the Holodomor? Tusi got circumcised. He probably did. Oh, I'm going to throw a cup of coffee on a minute. But now I get other YouTubers going, I'm an Islamist or a jihadi because I'm talking about Israel and what Israel's doing all the way around the world. I mean, I go to other channels And then I'm being told by somebody who's in a mixed race marriage that her husband would be welcome in Israel. Is it mayor though? And we know that Israel are kicking them all out. You know, they're asking for the refugees. The refugees, oi oi Peter, they're asking for the refugees, all right, from Eritrea, from Congo, from Sudan. They're asking them to go to Israel. But there's all a big plan behind it, because when they get there, they then ship them off, and then they end up coming here, because that's what the plan is, to keep populating us. And then what they hope is that, because you've got the Israel aid, that nobody, you've got all the NGOs, yeah, you know, you've got the ones at Dover, etc., and you've got Israel aid, and Israel aid, they're flooding us with, you know, what everybody calls Muslims. So basically the small hats go, oh, I don't want to live in that country no more. So they all decide to move to Israel. And that's, you know, that's a plan behind it. So the small hats, so we get taken over. We get taken over by what a lot of the people are saying, that they're all Muslims. And obviously, because what's going on in different parts of the world, then the trouble comes to our streets. Yeah, you bring the third world in, then you inherit their problems, and then, you know, a lot of them know the background, a lot of them know the problems behind the small hats, Jewish. Yeah, United States of Israel. Don't mention Sudan, the rocket. But you know what I mean? It's absolutely crazy. But it's like, you know, even 1980s, Argentina. You know, I mean, I was going through loads of stuff the other day, and it was like, wow, just wow. I thought it was all about the oil that was, you know, hidden in all the storage, in all the underground storage in Argentina. I thought it was all about that, a manufacture. And then you find out Israel's all behind all that as well. It's like, you know, what's going on? What's going on? Why? You know, why do you find the Rothschilds are behind something, or this is behind that? And it's like, just wow. They say follow the money, don't they? You know? Who started the KKK? Who started the KGB? Who started the Confederates? You know, the Confederate flag, Dukes of Hazzard. Who started them? All your communists. Karl Marx, Stalin, Trotsky. All Jewish. You don't get taught that in history, do you? Did we ever get taught that? Mr. Raver says, yeah. Dark Raver says, yeah. Did we know that Karl Marx was a Jew? Did we know that the Jews owned the slave trade through corporations in Europe? President Grant in the USA banned Jews from the South in the Civil War as he blamed them for the Civil War, since he said Jews brought slavery to the USA. When slavery became too unpopular, the Ashkenazis started saying, I'm not white, I'm Jewish. You know, Judah Benjamin is a slave-owning Jewish senator who started the KKK. Why are white non-Jewish Christians continuing to permit Ashkenazi Jewish historians in the United States to lay the blame solely on Christians? It's beyond me. Yeah, it's oh, that's loud. Don't need no volume to it. Where am I here? There. Twinkle, twinkle, twinkle. You tempted fate there, furry. I've muted this because the music on it is absolutely crazy and really bloody loud. Is it got any speaking? Let's turn it down a bit. Oh, I haven't shared the bloody thing, have I? Nah, he was an atheist Jew, James Patrick. Oi, oi, DJ. Oh yeah, ministry. Eight of them should be in elementary school, selling children. Guess what they were being sold for? Toddlers.
Judah Benjamin was the largest Jewish slave owner in the South and a key member of Confederate President Jefferson Davis' government. This is a person who had some very impressive qualities but did sickening, horrible things. Judah Benjamin was the largest Jewish slave owner in the South and a key member of Confederate President Jefferson Davis' government. This is a person who had some very impressive qualities but did sickening, horrible things. Judah Benjamin.
And he started the KKK.
Chinese, Japanese, Tibet, Nepal, Thailand, so many. India alone is 500 million. China is 2 billion. So many, 2 billion Christians, which are idol worshippers. Between Chinese, Hindus, Buddhists, and Christian, at least 6.5 billion people are idol worshippers that, according to the Torah, do not have the right to live. Idol worshipper goy, it's death penalty. Not only Jews, even a goy who bow down to an idol, who believe in JC, deserve death penalty. You have 6 billion idol worshippers who makes God angry every second of their life. Indian, Chinese, Japanese, Tibet, Nepal,
Isn't he, Robert?
Thailand. So many. India alone is 500 million.
If you don't know what the difference between the Ming Dynasty and the Qing Dynasty is, basically the Ming Dynasty was ruled by the native Han people. The Han people are the native people of mainland China. There's a separate ethnic group northeast of China called the Manchu people. The Manchu people managed to take over the Ming Dynasty, and the Qing Dynasty was established in 1636, so the Manchu people ruled over the native Han land from 1636 to 1912, when the Qing Dynasty fell. Now, there's more to this story than just the Manchus and the Han people. In the 1600s, there was a very wealthy man who was a high-ranking government official in the Ming Dynasty government. His name was Zhao Yingchang. However, Zhao Yingchang was not a Chinese Gentile. Zhao Yingchang was a Kaifeng Jew. But in the Ming government, he pretended he was a Chinese. And then in private, he attended the synagogue in Kaifeng, China, which was built in 1163. Now, Zhao Yingchang, along with his brother Zhao Yingdou, both Kaifeng Jews, were extremely rich. They got rich because, one, they ran a real estate business, and two, this is the most important one, they ran the most successful prostitution business in the Ming Dynasty. In fact, prostitution was becoming extremely common in the late Ming Dynasty because of the Zhao family of Kaifeng Jews who ran the prostitution business. They got so much money from the prostitution business that they just kept lobbying to promote prostitution as some kind of great thing. Emperor Chongzhen, the last emperor of the Ming Dynasty, ruling from 1611 to 1644. Chongzhen was a devout Taoist. And not only was Chongzhen disgusted at the degeneracy that the Zhao family was promoting through their prostitution business, but on top of that, the Kaifeng Jews in China kept trying to lobby to buy sacred Taoist temples and repurpose them for their family business. Oh yes, ancient Taoist temples honoring the Jade Emperor, the Three Pure Ones, Guan Yu. These sacred Taoist temples built by the Han people were in danger because these Zhao family Kaifeng Jews were trying to take over these temples for their own profit. And even worse, they probably wanted to turn these temples into prostitution centers. Emperor Chongzhen, being a devout Taoist, sought to remove this degeneracy. In 1642, he finally put his foot down. In 1642, he sent the Ming Dynasty army into Kaifeng, China, where the Zhao family business headquarters were, and the Ming Dynasty destroyed the Kaifeng synagogue, which was built in 1163. Ever since the beginning of the synagogue's construction, the Kaifeng Jews were telling the Han people, "You're worshiping false gods. There is only one true God, Yahweh, the Israelite God of Abraham." So the Jews should have been punished way back in the 1100s, but the Kaifeng Jews finally got what was coming to them. Emperor Chongzhen was sending a clear message to Zhao Yingchang. If you keep promoting this prostitution in our homeland, we will fuck your shit up. After the Kaifeng synagogue was destroyed by the Ming Dynasty army in 1642, Zhao Yingchang and his brother Zhao Yingdao were determined to get revenge on the Ming Dynasty. Being that they were wealthy businessmen, what do you think they did? The Zhao family had already paid Li Zhengsheng in the 1630s to rebel against the Ming government. Keep in mind, Li Zhengsheng was already a Ming Dynasty statesman himself. The Kaifeng Jews agreed to pay him if he rebelled against the Ming Dynasty and gave weapons and supplies to the Gao Yingsheng. The Gao Yingsheng was a rebel group formed in the early 1600s against the Ming Dynasty with the goal of overthrowing the Ming. The Gao Yingsheng rebel group later became part of the larger Manchu invasion against the Ming Dynasty. So because the Zhao family of wealthy Kaifeng Jews, they paid Li Zhengsheng to betray the Ming state and give Ming army weapons to the rebel group Gao Yingsheng, and Gao Yingsheng was incorporated into the larger Manchu invasion against the Ming Dynasty, and the Zhao family continued to fund and supply the rebels against the Ming Dynasty. After the Jewish-funded Manchu invasion conquered the homeland of the native Han people, now the Qing dynasty was founded. Being that the Manchus were funded by the Zhao business, the Manchus were in debt to the Zhao family of Kaifeng Jews. And the Zhao family lobbied for two things once the Qing dynasty was established. The first thing, the Zhao family demanded that the Huolongjing be banned. If you don't know what the Huolongjing is, the Huolongjing was a book written in the Ming Dynasty by Jiao Yu. The book is a tutorial on how to construct firearms, how to use firearms, and how to utilize firearms in an army. First of all, Jiao Yu is a devout Taoist. Kaifeng Jews hate Taoism. So that's one reason they want to ban his book. But the more important reason is this. The Kaifeng Jews wanted to ban the Huolongjing because they didn't want Han people reading the book, building more firearms, and thus overthrowing the Qing dynasty. Because if the Han people took back their land using the military knowledge in the Huolongjing, the Han people would have gotten revenge on the Jews, no doubt. In the Ming dynasty, the Han Chinese were more militarily advanced than Europe. So why did it change? Well, it changed because the Huolongjing was banned, the book that was retaining all the knowledge that the Chinese had on early firearms. Why was the Huolongjing banned? The Manchus agreed to ban it because the Manchus were in debt to the Zhao family. The Zhao family funded the Manchu invasion, and then the Zhao family demanded that the Manchus ban the Huolongjing. Many people wonder what happened. Ming Dynasty China was so advanced and ahead of Europe in many ways. And then when the Manchu Qing dynasty was established, suddenly China gets less advanced and becomes unimpressive technologically. The answer is the Huolongjing was banned, and the Huolongjing contained the essential knowledge needed to push China forward technologically. The second thing the Zhao family demanded was that the Daozang be banned. And if you don't know what the Daozang is, the Daozang is a collection of Taoist knowledge and Taoist teachings. The Daozang was the Bible of Taoism. And today, most of the Daozang texts are lost because, first of all, the Daozang was banned in the Qing dynasty by Jews, and then Taoist texts were burned again during the Cultural Revolution, which was during Communist China. Communism is a system designed by Jews, so a Jewish system further destroyed Taoism. The only texts we have left from the Daozang is found and kept at the White Cloud Temple. The White Cloud Temple is located in Beijing. This is an ancient Taoist temple built during the early Tang dynasty. There was a big statue of the Jade Emperor in the temple until Manchus started oppressing Taoists. And then in the Cultural Revolution, most ancient Jade Emperor statues were destroyed by the Communist Party. So again, the Kaifeng Jews in China hate Taoism. And when they finally had the chance, they banned the most important texts on Taoism, which was the Daozang. Why did the Kaifeng Jews hate Taoism? Not only did the Jews call the Jade Emperor and the Three Pure Ones false gods, but on top of that, the Jade Emperor rituals are based on ancestor worship, reconnecting with your ancestors. If Han people reconnect with their ancestors, that is a threat to Jewish power. So the Zhao family, the Kaifeng Jews, they banned the Huolongjing and they banned the Daozang, a book containing the Ming Dynasty knowledge on firearms and a book containing knowledge and teachings of Taoism. Now, one reason the Manchus were eager to ban the Huolongjing The Huolongjing had a section talking about northern barbarians. The Manchus are northeast of the Han people's homeland. The Kaifeng Jews told the Manchus that the book is referring to Manchus when it talks about northern barbarians. Thus, the Manchus thought the Huolongjing was talking about them when it talked about northern barbarians. But here we go again, the Jews are lying. The Huolongjing talked about northern barbarians because the Huolongjing was going over the history of the battles between the Han people and the Mongols. The Mongols are also north of the Han people. The dynasty before the Ming dynasty was the Yuan dynasty. During the Yuan dynasty, the Mongols ruled China. The Mongols ruled over the land of the native Han people. The Han people developed firearms, which was a key reason why the Han people managed to overthrow the Mongols and take back their land. When the Ming dynasty was established, Jiao Yu began writing the Huolongjing to document the firearms knowledge, and not only that, he was documenting the history of the battles between the Han people and the Mongols who come from the north. So northern barbarians was not even talking about Manchus. The Kaifeng Jews lied to the Manchu people that the Huolongjing was referring to the Manchus when it said northern barbarians. Jews are always ready to lie if it benefits Jewish supremacy. So in summary, we have three separate ethnic groups: the Mongols, the Han people, and the Manchus. The Han people is the ethnic group native to mainland China. The Yuan dynasty was the dynasty of Mongol rule over China.
Nah, it could have been the milkman. Oh, you've already typed that. This is one of the most humane soldiers, a member of the IDF. Most of them, they called them the most humane soldiers. IVF, no, IDF.
25. I'll tell you what, if you show me your titties, I won't kill any more Palestinian kids.
You killed 25 kids, like you're proud of that?
If you love Palestinians, you'll show me your titties. And
I'm not showing you shit because you don't deserve it, you fucking racist.
Okay, I'll keep killing them. How does that sound?
You're gonna do it anyways. You're gonna do it anyways. So why the fuck does it?
Every second that you don't show me a titty, another Palestinian.
All right, let me see. Let me see what you're doing. Terrorists, what are you doing, terrorists? Let me see.
I'm killing terrorists. What the fuck are you talking
You're
about?
killing children. You just said you're killing children.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it?
Am I laughing? You're maniacal. Yeah, I'm gonna post this. Watch.
Okay, good. Nobody gives a shit.
Yep.
25. I'll tell you what, if you show me your titties, I won't kill any more Palestinian kids.
You killed 25 kids, like you're proud of that?
If you love Palestinians, you'll show me your titties. And
I'm not showing you shit because you don't deserve it, you fucking racist.
Okay, I'll keep
So this is the same as in the UK, obviously, as well, isn't it?
Divided in four basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. This is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. It's done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. The next stage is destabilization. It takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have normalization. It may last indefinitely. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all this schmucks
Yeah,
who
exactly that, Raver.
to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth. I promise you. To destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market
Build back
competition,
better.
and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., your leftists, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation.
There's Mr. Nutcase again.
The United States government would say, okay, hey, you're becoming too fanatic, the government, too religious. We'll give you $1 billion extra every year to the aid. Don't touch the churches. We're not allowed to listen to them. God comes before Obama and his friends. You understand? I'm telling you what the laws are. If we are strong enough to do it one day, I doubt it. All place in the world that we will occupy in a war, milchemet mitzvah. We go to a war, we occupy. Let's say we occupy Lebanon. And over there, there's idol worshipping places. We have the same obligation to destroy it. Why? Because now we live there. We occupy the place. We occupy the place. The Torah say, "Uviar ta'ara mikirbecha." Don't leave anything, any idols among you. So every place that you live in, and now you the original owner of the place now, you the new owner, I should say, from now on, you have the same obligation to purify the place from all the idols. Because it's against the Torah. Remember, it's not what's good for me or not.
Yeah, that's right, Robert. I didn't listen to all of this one.
So I really don't think we should be talking about this issue, which is to do with the lives and deaths of thousands of people through the prism of Labour Party internal politics, which most people in this country don't know about, and certainly the people that are losing their lives in West Asia know absolutely nothing about. The reason why Keir Starmer is under pressure is because he has tucked in behind the government, who themselves are then tucked in behind the US in their support for Israeli war crimes. That's why he's under pressure. And it's not because of Muslims or these voters or that voters. 76% of people in this country want to see a ceasefire now. And that's because that's the common sense position, because most people know that you don't respond to the unjustifiable killing of one group of children by killing a whole load more children. It doesn't make any sense. So what we should be doing, what we need from our politicians, which we don't have because they're in lockstep in support of the Israeli bombing campaign at the moment, is to call for a ceasefire, because Britain not only provides diplomatic support for Israel, but we also arm Israel. So we are complicit in the crimes which are taking place, and therefore we have an outsized role in the ability to try to bring about peace.
But
so
this sorry to interject, James, but this is about Labour's response, potentially our future Prime Minister's position on
right. And what I'm saying is he's not doing his job, because 76% of people, according to a YouGov poll, want a ceasefire now. That is not a position that is being put forward by either the two major parties, which are parroting the same line and are just following the US. The US changes position slightly, they change position slightly. What I think we actually want from our next Prime Minister, from our politicians, is leadership, not following, and to stand up and say, the overwhelming majority of the British public, 76% of the public, according to polling, is in support of the common sense position, which is to preserve the maximum amount of life. And therefore, we should be putting pressure on Israel to show maximum restraint and to stop razing Gaza to rubble, to turn back on the food, the water, the electricity, and the fuel, so that some relief can get in. We're just hearing on your show just now that the UN, who have already had 35, more than 35 probably now, of its own aid workers killed in bombing in Gaza, run out of fuel, unable to perform any services. This is an incredibly intense humanitarian catastrophe, and that's why the people of this country want to see a ceasefire, and that's why Keir Starmer is failing in his...
Oh, Max Headroom there on the left, he stood down here.
The tricky position right here is sitting in your studio, and his name is James. James is, of course, a pound shop academic who underwrote, who sustained, who was the right-hand man of Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy Corbyn...
This is David Mensa, who now works in the Israeli government, who was a Labour councillor for London and was also Labour Friends of Israel. I'll get onto the documentation of that in a minute.
Who certainly failed in his role as being leader of the Labour Party, giving the Labour Party its worst possible election result since the 1930s. But of course, he also pushed me and my family out of the Labour Party, where I was a member for the last 20 years or so, and he pushed me and my family over to live in Israel. That's what anti-Semitism does in the UK. And James endorsed it. James, of course, is not the most trustworthy of people, because he...
Remember, anti-Semitism doesn't include these people. Remember, we played it last night, didn't we? What anti-Semites are.
He was, of course, before being vaguely associated with the Labour Party, leading Momentum. But of course, before that, he was president of the Lib Dem Society. And of course, he's been writing for the Conservative Home newspaper. So James is a tin pot student politician that really should stay in the student union. This is about big boy politics.
Okay, well,
I mean,
lives.
all right,
This is
David. No,
about
I hear you.
building
There's a lot in
So
there.
this is
We
very,
we
very
learned a lot about
important.
James's
This
CV
is
as well
about
here. Didn't know about the
security as
conservative
well.
home bit.
This
But
Well,
is
it's
the,
not true.
the,
But
the pound shop
Terrorism
academic
that
stuff. I
was
mean, you're not
committed against
really
Israel.
the
terror
man
that
to
was
be talking about this is David's point.
the terror that was committed
well,
against my
I think he's still going. I mean, most of what he said is factually inaccurate, but I'm not really going to. This isn't about me. I'm not here to talk about myself. If we want to have,
But do you represent a view, the momentum view, the Corbyn view? I think that's overarching.
The position that
David.
I represent is what 76%
course he
of
represents the
people in
Corbyn
the
view.
UK, according to YouGov Polsport, we want a ceasefire now. That is the common sense position. It, in my view, is the only morally plausible position. And we have a role. Everybody in this country actually has a role in helping bring about peace, because our government is a major supporter of Israel. And we can pressure our politicians, and if they change course, that can have a material effect in the field. That can help save lives. So I'm not common sense position. It, in my view, is the only morally plausible position. And we have a role. Everybody in this country actually has a role in helping bring about peace, because our government is a major supporter of Israel. And
our government is a major supporter of Israel. Can't remember whether there's a video on this. Conservative Friends of Israel. Pro-Israel lobby group paid for the UK Foreign and Home Secretary's first trips as MPs. Conservative Friends of Israel, which is closely linked to Israeli state, paid for James Cleverly and Suella Braverman to go to Israel just 3 months after they were elected to Parliament. Even though Suella Braverman has got friends out there, has got family that serve in the IDF, her husband's from there. Originally he was from Africa, but then he grew up and lived in Israel, and now he's head of Mercedes or something now. Westminster lobby group paid $4,000 to take the current foreign and Home Secretary to Israel August 2015 as part of his efforts to cultivate the British political establishment into a pro-Israel position. Well, they're actually the only ones that can actually trace their bloodline. Israelis and who they call themselves Jews can't actually trace their bloodlines back. I did it all last night, Tyke. See, that was in 2023. She got paid to go over it again on the 4th of April this year. Third of the cabinet, including Boris Johnson, has been funded. And APAC. Michael Gove. Kwasi Kwarteng. Oliver Dowden. Robert Jenrick. A whole Conservative Party is owned.
I'm James Cleverly. I'm the Member of Parliament for Braintree and Essex, and I'm here with the Conservative Friends of Israel on the trip to Israel to find out a little bit more about the situation here. It's been a real eye-opener. Israel is an amazing country, there's no doubt about that. It's a liberal, open democracy in a region where
Open
that is a real
democracy.
rarity.
Open democracy. So if there's an open democracy, oh, that's that stupid video. Oh, you've just given yourself up. Now, see, James Patrick spread his lies. Yeah? Because James Patrick can't read properly. Now, I didn't get done for no ringing. Right? The newspaper also had to apologise, and they wrote a full retraction. Now, what I did was get done for taking 450 quid cash on behalf of a friend that had vehicles parked outside my workshop, and the vehicle that I took the £450 cash for had 1 month's MOT and was sold spares and repair. Not by me, but because it was parked on my property, then I was involved. And I got a £7.5 fine for it. So, James spreading his stupid lies gets UK slutty typing in my chat as somebody else. So that's another account, UK slutty. You've just given up, innit? Shits and niggles, or shits and nigglets, is UK hussy. James Patrick, the one that's supposed to be so full of facts and so factual and so Mr. Right is right, can't get his facts right and talk shite. Don't you, James? Well, that's it, Robert. Yeah, And they think they can dig up past on you and then they spout it out, but they can't get the fucking facts right in the first place. But then you got imbeciles like fucking Ultra, Jamid, James Patrick McFucking Donut, and UK Hussy going around talking bollocks. All right, Steve. Oi, Richard. Yeah, the same fucking jamhead that goes running around with Ron going, there's no such thing as Hannibal directive, and the fucking IDF weren't killing their own, and blah, 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 blah.
בשלב מסוים אנחנו מגיעים לבארי. וכבר בצומת אתה רואה שם שברי מכוניות ואזור קרב.
כדי לתאר לך את הסיטואציה, אתה יושב בקיבוץ בתוך מדינת ישראל, שאני מטייל שם בשבתות עם הילדים באופניים. אתה כל דקה יורד עליך טיל, כל דקה. פתאום אתה רואה טיל ממסוק שיורה לתוך הקיבוץ. אבל לא הבנתי. מסוק צה"לי יורה לתוך קיבוץ ישראלי, ואז אתה רואה טנק נוסע ברחובות הקיבוץ, מצודד את התותח ויורה לפגז לתוך בית. זה דברים שאתה לא מצליח להבין, ואז פתאום אתה קולט בצד ימין מאות אנשים מהקיבוץ.
ואנשים, ילדים על הידיים, בלי נעליים, אנשים שברחו. התחושה שלי הייתה שהגענו כמו חייל אמריקאי שמגיע ב-15 לאפריל 1945 לברגן בלזן. מין פליטות כזאת.
באיזה שלב מאוד מהיר אמרנו, רגע, מישהו צריך להוציא את החבר'ה האלה מפה, כי זה לא הגיוני.
כי נופלים טילים וכיורים.
אזור מלחמה. עכשיו, בסוף הם יצאו מהגיהנום הזה בתוך הקיבוץ, ומה, יחטפו טיל בכניסה לקיבוץ? כי מה? כי הם מחכים למי? זה לא היה נראה לנו הגיוני בתור הורים לילדים. אז פשוט העמדנו את כל הרכבים של היחידה. פשוט התחלנו ביוזמה להעמיס את האנשים כמה שאפשר לתפוס אותם ברכבים, ולנסוע איתם לאנשהו מחוץ לאזור הלחימה.
Yeah, Robert. So every missile, every minute a missile came down on top of them from helicopters. Hannibal directive. Kibbutz, stolen farm, stolen land. One of the revelations revealed in the investigation is that at midnight on October the 7th, the IDF ordered all of its combat units in practice use a Hannibal directive procedure. Without clearly mentioning this explicit name, the order was to stop at all costs any attempt by Hamas terrorists to return to Gaza. That is to cite the fear that some of them have abductees. Now, alright, I'll catch you in a bit, Tyke. Yeah, innit? Exactly that, Michael. Apparently they're going for somebody else, but they're dragging me into it. You know. What do you do? Yeah, have a safe drive tomorrow, Tyke. You must be sober tonight, then. Yeah. It's it's all funny, because the three names I mentioned earlier, they all sit in that particular channel, and everybody knows that she's sitting there under a different name. Same as Ultra trying to give it the big one the other night on Mark Ellis. I will put up his little clip where he comes up and interrupts the stream and says, "Have you seen what's been posted about you?" But anyway, yeah, Netanyahu. So Benjamin Netanyahu's son, on his Telegram channel. The son of Israel's PM complains on his Telegram channel that Israel military did not execute the Hannibal directive fully on October the 7th. There's a procedure called the Hannibal directive. The planes that were supposed to be in the air on the Gaza border were supposed to destroy everything that moves. They're crush everything, and thus we would not have 256 prisoners. The fact that they did not bomb means that there is a big problem with the Air Force, he wrote. Yeah, that's Netanyahu. Netanyahu considers promotion for general who executed mass Hannibal directive. Barak Hiram ordered tanks to open fire on Israel civilians, and Hamas fighters barricaded together in a home in a kibbutz Be'eri on October the 7th. So he's looking at getting a promotion.
ואז אנחנו מזהים שני טנדרים נוסעים.
טויוטות.
טויוטות. ועליהם מספר אנשים, רב, שעומדים בתוך הקבינה, ומערום של אנשים.
מערום של אנשים מאחורה, גופות.
לא יודע.
או אנשים חיים, אנחנו לא יודעים.
נכון. ואני מחליט לתקוף את הרכבים האלה.
זאת אומרת, אתה חושד שזאת חטיפה?
כן.
אתה מקבל ממנו את הפקודה לירות.
כן. ואנחנו יורים?
אנחנו יורים על הרכב הראשון, אנחנו יורים על הרכב השני. את הרכב הראשון, לדעתי, פגענו. היה הבזק, המטרה היא כבר מאוד רחוקה, היא ב-2000 ומשהו. והרכב השני, לדעתי, החטאנו.
אתה פוגע?
לא זיהינו שום דבר, זה היה קשית מצומצמת של... גם ראינו את הרכבים באמת מאית שנייה, זה... לא, אין לדעת.
ולמה אתה מחליט לתקוף את הטנדרים?
כי משהו בתחושת בטן שלי, הרגיש לי שהם יכולים להיות עליהם.
אז אולי בזה אתה הורג אותם. הם חיילים שלך.
נכון. אבל אני מחליט שזו החלטה נכונה. שמעדיף לעצור את החטיפה, ושהם לא ילקחו.
ובמבט אחורה, אתה חושב שעשית נכון?
במבט אחורה אני מרגיש שעשיתי נכון.
זו הייתה החלטה של אותו רגע. ואני לא דן במה... זה לא טוב לדון במה הייתי עושה אחרת, מה אם... אני נשקעתי בזה בעבר, וזה לא עשה לי טוב. אני יודע שבאותו רגע עשיתי הכי טוב שיכולתי לעשות. כן.
זאת הפקודה? או שזה אצלך בראש? מה שנקרא פקודת חניבל.
בפקודה עצמה, אז יש כמה דברים הדרגתיים שצריך לעשות. צריך להפעיל יש להם מרכזי חסימה ונקודות שולטות, ובמקרה של זיהוי צריך לבצע גם הדבר הזה.
זה יושב עליך היום?
היום אני יודע שלא פגענו בהם, בגלל דברים כאלה ואחרים, שאני עדיף לשמור לעצמי כרגע, אבל זה לא יושב עליי כי התמונה הזאת, שאנשים נלקחים בידי אותם מרצחים, ומחזיקים אותם בשבי, ועוברים מינויים, במחשבה הרבה יותר קשה מבחינתי.
Well, it needs to be in part. Well, mind you, the ICJ, they're putting out another arrest warrant, aren't they? For him. He was already supposed to be in court for war crimes, and he's supposed to be supplying evidence for war crimes for 2018, was it? Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu is worried that International Criminal Court issue a warrant for his and several other senior officials' arrest, local media reports. Israel accused of genocide at the International Court of Justice at interim ruling in January ordered Tel Aviv to stop genocidal acts and to take measures to guarantee that humanitarian assistance is provided to civilians in Gaza. And the people that were the survivors of the rave. So some that survived, of them survivors that the United Nations and the ICJ want to interview regarding what happened that day and who opened fire on them, even though there's evidence already supplied from IDF members and IDF saying that they carried out the Hannibal directive. Netanyahu has been blocking the ICJ from interviewing them, and one woman who claimed that she was raped, but only raped by their eyes, and she was pissed off that they never actually raped her physically. Netanyahu and his government has blocked the ICJ from speaking to those people, and strangely it's been announced that 50 of them have committed suicide. And they were survivors. They didn't have anything to do with Hamas, or Hamas never went anywhere near them. They were actually survivors telling about the helicopters coming in and opening fire on them. Yeah. Did they commit suicide or did they get off-skied? I expect Robert Ingram knows about this, or Dark Raven knows about it. But the NASA hospital, after the IDF moved out, they've now recovered 392 bodies from a mass grave. 165 of them have been identified, and some of them were tied by their feet, tied by their hands, and were buried alive. And they're still recovering bodies. It's right dark, isn't it? You've got the International Court of Justice saying we want to speak to the survivors we want to speak to these people that claim they've been raped, why would your government block the highest court from speaking to witnesses? Strange that, isn't it? Why would you block them? Mind you, we know Israel as hidden paedophiles, war criminals, etc., etc., etc. You know, some have fled the UK, some have fled America, and Israel wouldn't extradite them. We had a war criminal that came to the UK. I can't remember her name now, but she came to the UK. Keir Starmer then changed the law so that she couldn't be arrested. No, she had an arrest warrant against her for war crimes, but they changed the policy so that she couldn't be arrested. She was over here to do a speech, Labour Friends of Israel, and she flew out after giving a speech and never got arrested, even though she had arrest warrants for her. But then again, Labour Friends of Israel, isn't it?
עד ה-7 באוקטובר, אנחנו מקבלים הזדמנות נדירה לראות מלמעלה את הטרגדיה של קיבוץ בארי.
Has that got volume?
שהכוחות ותושבי הקיבוץ ראו אותה בזמן אמת. בשעה 4:20 אחר הצהריים, יותר מ9 שעות אחרי שחדרו לבארי מאות מחבלים. שכונות שלמות בקיבוץ עולות באש.
אני צופה עכשיו על בארי, על החלק הצפוני. אני רואה מוקד עשן בחלק הצפוני מערבי מול הבית עלמין. שם זה הקרקלים הצופים? חיובי, שם.
התיעוד הזה חושף בפנינו את היקף הלחימה ומספר המחבלים הבלתי נתפס שהשתלטו על הקיבוץ. הוא תיעד את הטנק שסייע לקוחות בבית של פסי וירה פגזים לעבר הבית.
והם הביאו פתאום טנק. אני אומרת לאחד החיילים, תגיד, אבל אם אתם אומרים פגזים זה לא יפגע בבני הערובה? אז הוא אומר לי, לא, אנחנו רק עושים את זה בצדדים, להוריד קירות.
הוא מעצים את סימני השאלה בהתנהלות צה"ל והימ"מ מול בית עם 15 בני ערובה.
בא לראות טנק בתוך בארי. עושה על הכביש. הופה, היה שם איזה ירי. וואו.
פתאום בום נוראי. ואני לא מצליחה להזיז את הרגליים. היה לי ברור שיש פה טנק. זה היה ברור לי לגמרי. אני נפגעתי מהרסיס של הפגז של הטנק. זה היה ממש באותו רגע.
התיעוד החדש חושף שפגז נורה לכיוון הבית של פסי כבר בשעה 5:30 באור יום, שעה וחצי אחרי שהגיעו הכוחות לאזור. לוחמים ששהו במקום מספרים שזה היה ירי האזהרה הראשון, אחריו הטנק נפגע, והגיע טנק אחר שהשלים את המשימה.
הופה, היה שם איזה ירי. וואו.
בתיעוד הבא אנחנו מקבלים חיזוק למחדל נוסף שחשפנו במהדורה, כוחות רבים שחיכו בכניסה לקיבוץ בארי בשעות אחר הצהריים, ולא נכנסו פנימה. שיירת הרכבים הזו תועדה כבר בשעה 4:30 בשבת.
Yes, exactly that, innit?
היא מתחילה בכביש 232, ומגיעה...
It started in 1948.
באזור שעה 18:10, מה שנגלה לפניי זה פשוט סד"כ של מאות חיילים, עשרות מכוניות מג"ב ואחרים, כשהחיילים מדוגמים מכף רגל עד ראש. אני פניתי באופן אישי לכל קצין שראיתי, מרב סרן, ושאלתי אותו מי מנהל האירוע, מי מפקד באירוע, והוא עבר, אמר לי לא, אני רק מפקד על 5 האלה, ועברתי קצין אחר ואמר לי אני רק מפקד על 10 האלה, וכל אחד שאלתי אותו, אבל מי מתכלל את כל האירוע, מי מפקד פה האירוע? אף אחד לא ידע, היה נראה כאוס פיקודי טוטלי. ואני אומר, חבר'ה, הם נלחמים ושוחטים משפחות, חייבים להיכנס, ואין עם מי לדבר.
כשאנחנו יצאנו, עברתי בין כל החיילים וצעקתי מי חוזר לבארי, מי חוזר לבארי, והלכתי לדבוקות, לא יכול להיות שאתם עומדים פה. אנשים זועקים לעזרה בקיבוץ, כולם עומדים. אף אחד לא מדבר, אף אחד לא אומר אני.
500 חיילים בחוץ שעומדים, מאורגנים, עם כלבים, עם ציוד, עם הגנה, עם כלי רכב, עומדים בחוץ ואף אחד לא ניהל את זה. לרוץ פנימה ולמשוך ילדים החוצה מהממדים שנשרפים, ואימהות וזקנים. אנשים פה בכל דקה איבדו דם. והצבא שהיה כלום, היה פה בחוץ, עמד, לא הבין מה קורה פה.
בימים האלה צה"ל עסוק בלחימה ברצועת עזה, והתחקירים החשובים בנוגע למחדל ה7 באוקטובר אפילו לא החלו. התיעוד שחשפנו כאן מספק הצצה לשבת השחורה, אבל חודשיים אחרי לתושבי בארי, כמו יתר תושבי העוטף בערים, במושבים ובקיבוצים, מגיע לשמוע תשובות. היה
פשוט בעיה פיקודית, והרוח הלחימה, החתירה למגע, פשוט לא הייתה שם. וזה זמנים ושעות שהיינו חייבים להציף את הקיבוץ בחיילים, נכנסו כוחות מאוד מאוד מצומצמים ומאוד קטנים. אז אם בפנים הייתה בעיה, וכל היום נלחמנו לבד, ההפתעה שלנו עוד הייתה עוד יותר גדולה כשיצאנו החוצה.
Yeah, it's crazy, that river. I'm trying to find the 6 girls. They were the first tank in the Beirut. And they were told to open fire. And she said, but isn't there civilians there? And the senior officer said, yeah, just open fire. So instead of firing a tank gun, she fired the machine guns, and she was shooting machine guns into houses or kibbutzes.
דיווח על אירוע בני ערובה בקיבוץ בארי, בחדר אוכל, מחבלים שמחזיקים שם.
עוד מוקד שנמשך גם במשך שעות ארוכות, חדר האוכל בקיבוץ
כוחות
בארי.
גדולים של משטרה וצבא שמנסים לפעול כדי לחלץ את אותם. אנחנו עדיין לא יודעים מה תמונת המצב המלאה שם.
הרבה זמן לא רצית להתראיין. למה הסכמת?
אני נשארתי בשביל לספר את הסיפור, להעביר לאותן משפחות את הרגעים האחרונים של יקיריהם.
את האחרונה שראית אותם.
כן.
כבר חודשיים שהדס דגן שותקת, אבל הקירות מתעברים. מספרים את הסיפור הנורא שקרה כאן, בבית של פסי בקיבוץ בארי. עדות אילמת לזוועה בין הקשות ביותר שהתרחשו ב7 באוקטובר. 40 מחבלים מול כוחות משטרה וצבא, וביניהם 15 בני ערובה. רק 2 נשים שהיו שם שרדו. רק אחת מהן הייתה בתוך הבית עד הסוף המר.
באירוע הזה מונחת דילמה מוסרית מאוד כבדה, מאוד קשה.
על איזה דילמה מוסרית את מדברת?
אתה תשמעי את הסיפור ואת תביני אותה. התעוררנו לצבע אדום ולמסך כתום. ומהרגע הראשון אני אומרת לעדי, עדי תסתכל על המסך, זה משהו אחר, קורה פה משהו. תוך כדי אנחנו מבינים שכבר יש חדירה, ואז אנחנו שומעים דפיקה בדלת.
מי שעומדים בצד השני של הדלת הם בני הזוג יסמין וטל, שברחו מהמחבלים במסיבה ברעים, וחשבו שימצאו מקלט בטוח באחד הבתים בבארי.
מכניסים אותנו, זוג מקסים, קיבלו אותנו הכי יפה שיש. אנחנו בהתחלה יושבים אצלם בסלון. הדס לוקחת חסות על טל, ומתנהגת כמו פסיכולוגית, ומרגיעה אותו.
אני מלטפת את הראש, אומרת לו, תירגע, את עכשיו במקום בטוח.
ואז אנחנו שומעים המון בומים של קסאמים. וטל בחרדות נוראיות, ואז הדס אומרת, טוב, אני חושבת שכבר הגיע הזמן, היה, אני חושבת 7:30, 7:45, בואו ניכנס כבר לממ"ד.
אומרת לעדי, עדי, בוא לממ"ד. הוא אומר, רגע, זה כל כך אופייני לעדי. הם לא אכלו, הם כל הלילה רקדו, ובטח הם נורא צמאים ורעבים, והוא עוד עושה להם קפה וסנדוויצ'ים.
תוך כדי הצבע אדום?
כן, תוך כדי הכל.
מ-8 בבוקר יושבים בממ"ד, ובמקביל הדס ועדי, שיש להם קבוצות וואטסאפ של הקיבוץ, מתחילים לקבל הודעות שמחבלים חודרים לבתים, כאילו אנשים ממש כותבים, חדרו אליי לבית ואז ניתק הקשר איתם. ואז אני חושבת לקראת סביב השעה 1, פתאום הדס אומרת, וואי, עדי, הם שורה מעלינו. וטל החליט שאנחנו ניכנס לארון, היה שם ארון בגדים.
ואז הם נכנסים לארון, סוגרים את הדלת, ואנחנו שומעים בלגן, שהם עושים בלגן.
הכל מתנפץ בבית, זכוכיות, צעקות בערבית, ואתה מבין גם שיש לא 1-2, אני עוד לא יודעת כמה, אבל הרבה. ולא עוברות 2 דקות או 3 דקות מרגע הפריצה, בום, 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 בום.
ומנסים לפתוח את הדלת, עדי ואני שנינו על הדלת. היה לנו קרב על הידית של הדלת.
במשך שעה. הם לא הצליחו לפרוץ את הממ"ד.
ותוך כדי זה, מישהו שם מהצד השני של הדלת, דובר עברית, והוא מנסה לשכנע אותנו לצאת החוצה.
הם קוראים להם בשמות, עדי והדס יצאו החוצה, ממש ככה.
השכנים שלכם יצאו, והם ראו שאנחנו לא עושים להם שום דבר. אנחנו לא עונים, אנחנו כל הזמן על הדלת. והם לא מצליחים לפתוח לנו את הדלת.
בשלב הזה יש לי 3 ילדים דרך אגב, 2 בנות ובן, ואני מתחילה לכתוב להם וואטסאפ פרידה.
אני אומרת לעדי שאני אוהבת אותו, ואז רגע שקט, ואז בום, נוראי על הדלת. ובאותו רגע כל המפתן של הדלת פשוט צונח, ואנחנו ככה, אני עוד בשלב הזה עוד אומרת, בבקשה, בבקשה, ככה עם הידיים, ואז אומרים לנו, שימו ידיים על הראש, ובן רגע הם מוצאים את טל ויסמין בארון, והם מוצאים אותנו מהבית. והם לוקחים אותנו כ-30 מטר לבית של פסי.
מה שנשאר, אפר ואפר. זה המטבח, כאן היה הסלון, ובעצם בפינה הזו, זו הייתה מרפסת שלא מזמן היא שיפצה.
האזור הזה בעצם זה החדר אוכל של הבית, זה הפינת אוכל. היה פה שולחן ארוך.
בגלל זה כולם הגלבלו ואמרו חדר האוכל של הקיבוץ.
זה החדר האוכל המפורסם, זה בעצם היה פה.
ובאמת, כוחות הביטחון התייחסו בתחילה אל כל האירועים שהתרחשו בפינת האוכל של פסי, כאל אירוע בני הערובה בחדר האוכל של בארי, בעוד שחדר האוכל האמיתי של הקיבוץ נמצא עשרות מטרים מהבית, ואליו לא הגיעו מחבלים. באותו סוף שבוע, פסי כהן ערכה אצלה בבית את אחותה חנה, יצחק בעלה ובנם טל. בשבת בשעה 12:56, המחבלים פרצו פנימה. הם רצחו את יצחק ופצעו את טל, אחר כך הושיבו את חנה ופסי סביב שולחן האוכל. וחוליות מחבלים נוספות גררו לתוך הבית עוד משפחות. מהבית הצמוד הם מביאים את איילוס, ואת התאומים בני ה-12 ליאל וינאי שגדלים אצלה. מהבית שממול את חווה בן עמי, משורת הבתים הסמוכה את זאב וזהבה האקר, אחרונים את עדי והדס עם יסמין וטל.
כולם שכנים, כולם דלת על יד דלת. כל הנוכחים יושבים סביב שולחן בפינת האוכל של פסי. אנחנו מוקפים, אבל גם כל הזמן נכנסים ויוצאים. בשלב הזה הם מאוד שאננים, הם מאוד בטוחים בעצמם. אני בשלב הזה גם רואה שהם לבושים, הם חיילים לגמרי, חוץ מאשר המתורגמן. הוא היה אחר.
במראה?
כן, הוא היה לבוש אחרת.
انت عربي عربي عربي
בסרטון הזה שצולם ברעים בשטח המסיבה, רואים איך המחבלים תופסים את סוהב אבו עמר, נהג אוטובוס בן 22 ממזרח ירושלים. כדי לוודא שהוא ערבי, המחבלים מתקשרים למשפחתו.
בשעה 9:30 מתקשר אלינו בטלפון שלו, יש אנשים רוצים לדבר אתכם, מי אלה? שלום, אנחנו מכספם, הבחור נמצא אצלנו, רוצים לזהות מאיפה, הוא אמר מירושלים, אמר לנו בסדר, אנחנו לא מכניסים אותו לעזה, הוא נשאר אצלנו, ושומרים עליו, וניתק את השיחה.
המחבלים חוטפים את סוהב ולוקחים אותו איתם לבית של פסי, כדי שישמש מתורגמן לבני הערובה.
מה, תסתכלי, אני ממזרח ירושלים, אנחנו רוצים לקחת אתכם לעזה.
ובאותו רגע יש איזה אי שקט סביב השולחן, ליאלי מפוחדת, הפחיד אותה עזה, ואז המתרגם אמר, תרגעו. אנחנו רק לוקחים אתכם למחסום ארז ולעזה, ומחר בערב אתם כבר בבית. בשלב הזה, יסמין אומרת, תקשיבו, יש לי חברים בצבא, יש לי חברים במשטרה, יש לי טלפונים, אם אתם רוצים.
מפקד כוח המחבלים, חסן, מסכים להצעה של יסמין.
הוא אמר ככה, שנתקשר עכשיו ל100, ושאני ידבר בהתחלה ויגיד שאנחנו 40 בני ערובה, ומחבלים פה, ושאנחנו בעצם רוצים שהמשטרה תגיע ותאפשר לנו לצאת איתכם לעזה. עונה לי בחורה, שוטרת.
קרא שם שירז.
שלום שירז, מדברת יסמין, אני נמצאת פה בקיבוץ בארי, עם 50 בני ערובה, יחד עם חבר'ה פלסטינאים, והם רוצים לשחרר אותנו את בני ערובה, והם רוצים לצאת בשלום איתו. והיא מתחילה לשאול אותי שאלות מנחות כאלה וזה, ואני אומרת לה, תגיעו הנה, איפה אתם? הוא כזה נהיה עצבני, והוא אמר, אומרים לי, הוא רוצה לדבר, שמישהו דובר ערבית יבוא. אז אני אומרת לה, והכל כזה בלחץ, זה כזה.
معك كتاب القسام حماد اذا بتعب تعصب تقتل واحد من معاي هان 50 نفر
شو المشكله احكي معي
المشكله بدي اخذهم كلهم على غزه قطر اي واحد بتعرض لهم اطلاق النار حقتل واحد كده اطلع من البئري اذا ما كان خطفت كلمت الجيش وقلت يأمن طريق ممر آمن لخروج الرهائن لغزة 50 نفر راح يتم قتلهم جميعا.
شايفين شباب؟
כן, איתך.
יש פה אחד הרוג ואחד פצוע דרך אגב. אנחנו ממש רוצים שתצילו אותנו.
ואז הם אומרים לי, תבוא איתנו לכביש ותבדקי, הם חשבו כל הזמן שיש חיילים שמסתתרים שם בשיחים וכאלה. בואי כאילו תבדקי אם יש שם שוטרים. משטרת ישראל עדיין לא מגיעה, אנחנו מתקשרים אליהם עוד פעמיים, שאני אומרת להם, תגיעו כבר, איפה אתם? משטרת ישראל, אנחנו פה לבד עם 40 מחבלים.
בשלב הזה, כשמתחיל להיות קצת אי שקט, הם מוציאים אותנו, מהר מאוד הם מכניסים אותנו, ולי ברור פה שמשהו בתוכניות שלהם משתבש.
המחבלים מוציאים את עדי, הדס, פסי, זאב, טל וטל מחוץ לבית, שהופכים חשופים לגמרי. את היתר הם משאירים בפנים.
4 אחרי צהריים, פתאום ג'יפים מתייצבים לנו על הכביש, והבנו שהצבא סוף סוף הגיע. לא עוברות 5 או 10 דקות מהרגע שהם מגיעים, והתחיל מטח יריות, טירוף, כולנו השתטחנו על הרצפה.
בשלב הזה לי ברור שהתפקיד שלנו הוא שאנחנו חומה אנושית בין הכוחות שלנו שמגיעים ובינם. עדי ואני מתכווצים ונכנסים למצב של כפיות, ושאני מאחוריו מחבקת אותו.
כולנו התחלנו לרוץ, כולל המחבלים. כולנו הסתתרנו. נשכבים על הרצפה, ביריות, בום 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 בום, כדורים נכנסים לבית בכל דרך אפשרי. ופתאום מרגמה, לא יודעת, משהו כבד, לא עשה בום בכל הבית.
אני שומעת את הילדים, הצילו! הצילו, בבקשה, הצילו! לא אשכח בחיים את הצעקות של הילדים. איך שהם זועקים לעזרה, ומתחים, שוב מתחים, מתחים, מתחים.
את יודעת להגיד מי יורה, מה יורה?
משני הכיוונים.
ואז המפקד הזה לא מפסיק לדבר בטלפון, והוא מתייעץ עם החבר'ה של לידו וזה, ואחרי חצי שעה של מתח מאוד מאוד כבד, הוא פתאום אומר לי, יסמין, תעל.
בשיחות האלה, חסן, מפקד הכוח, מנהל עם המשטרה משא ומתן בטלפון. בסופו הוא מחליט להיכנע.
עכשיו, בזמן הזה הוא התפשט פתאום, הוא נשאר עם תחתונים וגופייה, ואז הוא מחבק אותי ככה על הצוואר, ומתחיל לצאת איתי מהבית. ויריות. ואני מתחילה לצעוק, חיילים, בבקשה, תפסיקו, אני אזרחית, אנחנו מתקדמים לכיוונכם, כאילו מנסה שהם ישמעו אותי, והם באמת מפסיקים את הירי. בזמן הזה, שאני יוצאת מהמרפסת, פתאום אני רואה את טל שלי. אני רואה גם את עדי והדס ועוד מישהו, כולם שוכבים על הבטן, עם פנים לרצפה, מגינים על עצמם, חיים.
פתאום שקט. אין יריות לא מהכיוון הזה ולא מהכיוון הזה, ואני לא מבינה למה.
אנחנו עולים את השתי טרסות, והם צועקים לו במגפון דברים, ואמרו לו להתפשט לגמרי, כי הוא מוריד את התחתונים, תוך כדי הליכה איתי, מוריד את התחתונים, מוריד את הגופייה, מוריד את הגרביים, ואנחנו מגיעים למצב שכשאנחנו עולים בטרסה, הוא עירום כביום היוולדו, עירום לגמרי, מחזיק אותי, ואנחנו מגיעים לכביש ו20 צלפים. אני אומרת להם, בבקשה, אל תראו, וזה, הם אמרו לי, תירגע, אנחנו לא יורים. הוא פתאום נותן לי דחיפה קלה כזה בגב, משחרר אותי ממנו, שוטרים תופסים אותו, ומבחינת יסמין, התופת נגמרה.
כוחות הימ"מ מתחקרים את יסמין, שומעים שיש בבית 40 מחבלים, 14 בני ערובה, ואוספים מידע על מיקומם. הירי מכיוון המחבלים לא פוסק לרגע, יריות, טילי RPG ועשרות רימונים. הלוחמים קורזים ללא הרף במגפון, מנסים לגרום לעוד מחבלים להיכנע. מספרים שהיה חשש אמיתי שיהרגו את כל בני הערובה. גם חסן בעצמו קורז למחבלים לצאת ונענה באש. כוחות הימ"מ יורים 2 טילי לאו לכיוון הבית.
שוב, מתחים, ועדי מנסה להרים את הראש, ואני אומרת, מורידה לו. ככה, מורידה לו את הראש. לא מדברים, אי אפשר לדבר. ואז פתאום עדי אומר לי, הדס, זאב כבר לא איתנו. אנחנו שוכבים על הצד, ואני מסתכלת דרך הכתף. אז אני אומרת לו, גם פסי לא איתנו.
מנהלים איזשהו סוג של משא ומתן עם המגפון, והזמן עובר ומתחיל להחשיך, והם הביאו פתאום טנק, ואני אומרת לאחד החיילים, תגיד, אבל אם אתם יורים פגזים זה לא יפגע בבני הערובה? אז הוא אומר לי, לא, אנחנו רק עושים את זה בצדדים, להוריד קירות. חילופי אש מטורפים, שאני בכלל לא יודעת איך אפשר לשרוד דבר כזה.
בשעה 7 בערב הקרב בסיור. תת-אלוף ברק חירם, שמנהל את הלחימה באזור, חובר לקוחות מול הבית של פסי. אחד הלוחמים במקום מטיח בו על הלחימה שמתנהלת. ברק זה ביזיון. ברק עונה לו, אני יודע. הטנק במקום יורה 2 פגזים, אחד לרצפה, השני לגג הבית.
פתאום בום נוראי, ואני לא מצליחה להזיז את הרגליים, ואני רואה והידיים שלי שמוטות, אני לא מצליחה להזיז כבר לא מחבקת את דושי, ואני אומרת לו, דושי, אני חושבת שנפגעתי. ובשלב הזה אני אומרת לו עוד פעם שאני אוהבת אותו. היה לי ברור שיש פה טנק. זה היה ברור לי לגמרי. אל תשאלי אותי איך, אני לא יודעת. ואז היה הבום השני. אני מרגישה שנפגעתי. ואני מרגישה שזורם עליי הרבה דם. ואני מסתכלת, מפנה את הראש כדי לראות מה קרה לי בדיוק. ואז אני רואה חור כזה בעורק הראשי של עדי. ואני לוקחת את האגודל שלי, זאת היד, לוקחת את האגודל שלי ועושה לו חוסם עורקים, כי מה אני עוד יכולה לעשות? הוא לרגע זז וכבר לא זז, אבל אני ככה שוכבת, עד שאני מבינה שאני כבר, אני בתוך שלולית של דם, ואין כבר למה לעשות חוסם, ואני פשוט חוזרת לחבק אותו ושוכבת עם הפרצוף, עם הכל בתוך שלולית ענקית של דם, ואני זוכרת שאני שומעת עוד ירייה אחת מתוך הבית, ואני לא שומעת כלום כבר, ומחכה לכדור שלי. אני לא יודעת כמה זמן שכבתי ככה, ואני רואה שבאמת אף ראש לא מתרומם, ואני רואה את הצלליות, כולם, אף אחד לא זז. פתאום אני שמעתי קולות, יש פה בת ערובה שהרימה ראש. ואני רואה נקודות של אור, פנסים של מצח, ודמויות כאלה עם נשקים בחושך, הם מקיפים אותי, הם פשוט סוחבים אותי, ואני צורחת אליהם, תביאו לי את דושי, זה דושי שוכב שם, תביאו לי את דושי. אבל אף אחד לא אומר לי, לא אלה ולא אלה, פשוט מושיבים אותי שם באיזה רכב, ואני שומעת כאילו שמדברים, יש פה פצועה קשה, ואני צורחת, אני לא פצועה קשה, זה אדם של דושי שלי, תביאו אותו, הוא שוכב שם. תוך כדי זה שאני צורחת, אני שומעת, הדס? זו את?
כולה רסיסים, מלאה בדם. ואני אומרת לה, הדס, מה קורה? אנחנו כאילו יושבות בטנדר, והיא אומרת לי, עדי מת, עדי נהרג.
היא אומרת לי, את יודעת משהו על טל? ואני יודעת משהו על טל, אבל ברור לי שאני לא יכולה להגיד לה מה עם טל, ואני אומרת לה, אני לא יודעת.
בסוף הקרב, כל המחבלים חוסלו. אף אחד מבני הערובה לא יצא בחיים מהבית של פסי, חוץ מהדס.
אני כועסת. אני מאוד כועסת. אני כועסת על זה שהופקרנו, על זה שבגדו בנו, על זה שהיינו לבד כל כך הרבה שעות. עדי ככה לגמור את החיים שלו.
כוחות הימ"מ וצה"ל לחמו בגבורה עילאית בבארי. לוחמים ושוטרים נפלו בקרבות בקיבוץ, ועוד רבים נפצעו. ועדיין הקרב שהתנהל על הבית של פסי הוא דוגמה כואבת למורכבות של חילוץ בני ערובה תחת אש.
ברור שבאירוע הזה מונחת דילמה מוסרית מאוד כבדה. אני לא רוצה שמישהו ייקח את הסיפור עם הדילמה המאוד קשה, המוסרית שמונחת פה, ויפנה אצבע מאשימה לצבא. לי די ברור שאני נפגעתי ועדי מהרסיס של הפגז של הטנק, כי זה היה ממש באותו רגע. אבל לכי תוכיחי, ולכי תדעי מכל אחד ממי שהיה שם, בפנים ובחוץ, ממי וממה הוא נפגע.
אנחנו אוספים פיסות מידע, אף אחד לא מדבר איתנו באופן מסודר, אנחנו לא באמת יודעים מה קרה שם. אני מרגישה שאני חייבת את זה בשביל אמא שלי. וגם כדי שנוכל סוף סוף לתת לדבר הזה רגע לשקוע ולעבור לאבל, ואז לקום ולהמשיך הלאה בחיינו.
אני חושב שיש פה המון שאלות מבצעיות שהן מטרידות. איך הגיעו לכאן? מתי ירו? מי ירה? אני לא יודע מאיזה אש הם נהרגו. זה לא משנה כל כך, אבל זה הרגעים האחרונים שלנו. זה כן חשוב למשפחות, וזה כן חשוב כדי להבין, ובטח כדי להפיק לקחים, ואנחנו מחכים לזה.
לדעתי זה משהו שהוא חייב להיות מתוחקר, חייב.
לך זה משנה במשהו?
ממש לא.
ממה נפגעתם?
ממש לא. אנשים שם נתנו את חייהם כדי להציל אותנו. אני גם מכירה תודה למי שהיה שם ונלחם עבורי. אבל אני גם מבינה שיש פה דילמה, שאי אפשר להתכחש אליה.
גם היה קצין גבוה שהתראיין על הסיפור הזה, בעובדה.
בבלוק הזה היו כ-20 אזרחים, ואני חושב שכוח הימים הצליח להציל 4 מהם.
לא היה לו שום מושג, גם כשהוא דיבר, וזה היה שבועיים אחרי, לא היה לו שום מושג מה היה פה. שום מושג, כי זה לא האמת.
So it doesn't matter that the military. Old matey stripped bollock naked, so the fucking Hamas terrorist had stripped bollock naked, walked out with that other woman. Yeah, the tank still fired on the property, knowing that they were in there. So it says not only is the IOF, Israel Occupation Forces, killed 22 Zionist settler captives as it continues its US-funded genocide of Gaza, but new interviews revealed the extent of the settler-on-settler killing in the first few days of Al-Aqsa flood. Our forces, IOF, killed the hostages, and the resistance treated us. They treated us humanely, guarding us and calming us down. After insane crossfire, 2 tank shells fell inside a house. The IOF killed everyone, including the hostages. I saw 5 kibbutz members killed by our forces. Gunfire during a clash, just like sheep to the slaughter. Dozens of my friends were killed.
ובמשך שעה דופקים 10 מחבלים בהיכל הממ"ד, צעקות בערבית. זה היה שעה מאוד מאוד מתוחה והרגשנו בפחד שלא יתואר. ואחרי שעה הם מצליחים לפרוץ את הממ"ד ומוצאים אותנו, את 4תנו, לבית ליד, שכבר בו שהו 8 בני ערובה נוספים. אנחנו מצטרפים ל8 האלה ואנחנו הולכים להיות בערך כ12 בני ערובה עם 40 מחבלים ששומרים עלינו. אני מקצרת לך את הסיפור כי
הם מתעללים בכם?
הם לא מתעללים בנו, הם מתנהגים אלינו בצורה מאוד אנושית, זה אומר שהם שומרים עלינו. כן, מה זה אומר אנושית? שומרים עלינו, הם נותנים לנו לשתות פה ושם, שהם רואים שאנחנו בלחץ, הם מרגיעים אותנו. הייתה תחושה מאוד מאוד מפחידה, אבל אף אחד לא התנהג אלינו באלימות. למזלי, לא קרה לי כמו שאני שומעת בתקשורת.
קרו דברים איומים ונוראים.
נכון, אבל אחרי שעתיים, בקיצור, בהתחלה לא היה שום גורם ביטחוני איתנו. אנחנו אלה שהתקשרנו במשטרה יחד עם החוטפים, כי החוטפים רצו שהמשטרה תגיע, כי המטרה שלהם הייתה לחטוף אותנו לעזה. בסיומה, במהלכה, אחד המחבלים החליט להיכנע, זה מחבל שיצר איתי קשר, במהלך השעתיים האלה יצרתי קשר עם כמה מהחוטפים, אלה ששמרו על הבני ערובה.
כן.
והוא מחליט להשתמש בי כמגן אנושי, הוא מחליט להיכנע, אני לא מודעת לזה באותם רגעים, זה בדיעבד. הוא מתחיל להתפשט, הוא קורא לי ומתחיל לצאת איתי מהבית תחת אש, אני צועקת בזמן הזה לימ"מ כשהם יכולים לשמוע אותי שיפסיקו לראות,
כן.
ואז הם שומעים אותי והם מפסיקים לראות. אני רואה על הדשא של בגינה של האנשים מהקיבוץ, שיש 5 בני ערובה ששוכבים, או 6, על האדמה בחוץ, ממש כצאן לטבח, מול הירי של הימ"מ שלנו והמחבלים.
הטרוריסטים ירו בהם?
לא, הם נהרגו מהחילופי ירי, תבין שהיה חילופי ירי מאוד מאוד קשים.
זאת אומרת, יכול להיות שזה כוחותינו ירו בהם?
חד
כשניסו
משמעית.
לחסל את החוטפים, את
כן,
החמאס.
חיסלו את כולם, כולל הבני ערובה, כי היה שם חילופי ירי מאוד מאוד קשים. אני משוחררת בסביבות השעה 5:30, ב8:30 כנראה מסתיימת הלחימה, אחרי שהיה חילופי אש מטורפים, אפילו 2 פקזים של טנק שירו קיבוצי קטן, זה לא איזה, רואים את זה בחדשות.
כן.
זה לא מקום גדול. וברגע הזה כולם נהרגו, היה שקט חוץ מניצולה אחת שיצאת הדס דגן, וזהו, וכך.
איך כולם נהרגו?
מהחילופי אש.
מהחילופי אש, כלומר יכול להיות שגם זה מאש כוחותינו?
חד משמעית.
כן?
וככה אני מאמינה.
אוי, זה נשמע כל כך רע.
כן, וכולם מתו.
ואת, בזכות אותו מחבל שהחליט להסגיר את עצמו,
בדיוק.
ואת ניצלת וכל היתר נהרגו שם.
חוץ מעוד בחורה אחת שניצלה, מצאו אותה אחרי מי שטיפל שם באירוע, אחרי זה אולי זה בתקל או משהו כזה, מצאו אותה שהרימה ראש בין כל הגופות, ואז פשוט
ובן הזוג שלך שהיה איתך?
נהרג.
הוא גם נהרג.
כן, כולם נהרגו שם.
חזרת לקברי? חזרת לקברי?
חזרתי לקברי, ואז גם שם התחיל בלגן.
מהצפון?
כן, אז עכשיו אני מתארחת, מארחים אותי בצורה מקסימה בקיבוץ עין חרון, ואני פה בינתיים.
את בעמק עכשיו. טוב, יסמין, זו חוויה איומה שעברת.
נכון.
איבדת את בן זוגך, ראית אנשים נהרגים על ידך.
מה
קרה לאותו מחבל שהסגיר את עצמו?
הוא עדיין עצור, ובדיוק אני מוזמנת לחקירה כדי לעזור, שהוא ייכנס לכלא להרבה שנים, ונהרגו לי לצערי עוד עשרות חברים.
עשרות חברים?
כן, כי זה קהילה טרנס סצנה כזאת, ואנחנו יוצאים לאותן מסיבות, זה אומר שחוץ מהבן זוג שהכרתי שם עוד עשרות.
See the difference in the stories between the dates. Now the other woman didn't want to speak for 2 months, and then they went and they both spoke together, and she's given an interview there to the radio and tells a different story. There's no love in God, is there? They don't believe, half of them don't believe in God. Am I muted, am I? Sorry, I was typing a message. It's texting, yeah, that's right, Peter. You heard it. So as a democracy, Tel Aviv tonight, tens of thousands of land thieves are in the streets demanding prisoner exchange deal and resignation of genocidal Netanyahu. So it's Tel Aviv tonight. I already showed the video where they were setting the fires. Oh, for fuck's sake. You handling him in text. When's my shift? Take over, Peter Pope. Right, what are we doing here? Where's my fucking mouse disappeared? Oh, there it is. My mouse disappeared. My husband is a proud Jew and a Zionist, Suella Braverman. Wrong screen. Recently, British Home Secretary Suella Braverman voiced pro-Israel stances regarding the recent Israeli aggression on Gaza. In an article for The Times, Braverman claimed that London police are permitting pro-Palestine mobs while often restricting right-wing protests in the face of the recent pro-Palestine rallies across the UK. Braverman said pro-Palestine demonstrations are problematic because of the violence around the fringes and highly offensive chants. UK Home Secretary was annoyed by chants such as "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." She found that this chant specifically calls for extermination of Israeli settlers in occupied Palestine. It doesn't matter though that the "From the river to the sea" is from the song Two Banks of the Jordan, and it was written by a Zionist, and it was what they all sang during the 6-Day War and prior to the 6-Day War. And they wanted more land when they were doing the negotiations, and that's the song. And there's many other pop groups, bands, etc., that also sang a very similar song. But it's right for the Zionists to sing it, and the Zionists to have it, and the Zionists to use it to gain more land. But as soon as they start saying it, Palestine will be free, that's the bit they've had. From the river to the sea is originally a Zionist song. but they've added Palestine will be free to it. Western officials such statement have worked to demonize anyone who calls for the liberation of Palestine from the Israel occupation using an anti-Semitism weapon of choice to vilify their justified demands. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and that's a plaque held up by an Orthodox Jew lot. Braidman wrote to all Home Office public bodies and police leaders to adopt International Holocaust Remembrance Association definition of anti-Semitism. The IHRA has spread dangerous rhetoric in which any action against the State of Israel would be dealt with under the title of anti-Semitism. IHRA does not represent Jews and does not decrease anti-Semitism, says a Jewish man. In late March 2023, interview with the Jewish Chronicle, Braverman revealed that her husband lived in occupied Palestine and that they have close family members who served under the Israel occupation forces. So what the hell is she doing serving in Parliament then? Or what was she doing? Squeaky chair. It's amazing. Dear old Suella Braverman, the one that pioneered the Rwanda deal. What happened when Israel sent its refugees to Rwanda? Right, so Israel originally wanted the refugees. Yeah, all the people on the top wonder when paper trails will surface, right? So all the UK press is on with its plans to send asylum seekers to Rwanda. The BBC has heard evidence that as recently as 2017, refugees dispatched there by Israel were rapidly deported and are now in Europe. Did everybody see the video I did a few weeks ago? Israel Aid? Babylon Mengesha, 36-year-old Eritrean man, and we know we got plenty of Eritreans over here, knows what it's like to be sent to Rwanda by another country, but his stay there as an asylum seeker was brief. He had left post-war Eritrea in 2010 and moved to Israel to claim asylum. 4 years later, his permit was revoked. He was given a choice: be sent home to a migrant detention facility or take £3,500 and a one-way flight to Rwanda. It felt like no choice at all. he told the BBC, from Switzerland, where he has been living for the past 7 years. No sane person would voluntarily go to prison, says Bahabalian of detention in Israel. Go back to Eritrea, where imprisonment is part of the culture. This was also no option, so he chose Rwanda. But Bahabalian soon found out he wasn't welcome in the East African country. No sooner had he landed in his capital, Kigali, than he was told he must leave again for neighbouring Uganda, and all for a fee. It's not clear who was orchestrating his expulsion from Rwanda and that of other migrants we have spoken to, but Bahabalian believes Rwandan officials were involved. Rwanda's status as a safe destination for refugees has been questioned after UK signed a deal with the country to house asylum seekers who had landed on its shores. Western nations have issued warnings about its human rights record. There are differences between the UK's deal with the country and Israel's deal. Israel's voluntary departure scheme, voluntary departure, $3,500, get out. Flights to Rwanda as a choice, whereas the UK scheme is compulsory, and unlike the UK, which has publicly announced its scheme, Israel never had an official agreement with Rwanda. Nevertheless, some 4,000 Eritrean and Sudanese asylum seekers based in Israel were sent to Rwanda and Uganda between 2013 and 2018 before the secretive arrangement was abandoned. Bahabalian was flown to Kigali in September 2014. Being sent to Rwanda didn't stop us reaching Europe, he said, relating how they went from Rwanda to Uganda and we didn't stop there. Why are asylum seekers being sent to Rwanda? Spoken to a number of former asylum seekers who were sent to Rwanda from Israel. They all took part in the scheme between 2014 and 2016 and have since settled in Europe. Separately, we are aware of at least one similar case in the UK. Others interviewed by migration experts have given similar accounts. They were told to pay up to £500 to be driven in groups to the Ugandan border. Cars were waiting on the other side to drive them to the capital, Kampala. Again, they were made to pay, but with no work or documentation, they needed to keep moving. So kicked out of Israel. He eventually arrived in Greece in a small boat and travelled overland to Switzerland. At least 10 or more people have lost their lives in Libya, been beheaded or by the Daesh, the Islamic State group, or drowned in the sea. One expert on the Israel scheme, Dr. Yotam Gidron, says as news of the arrangement spread in migrant communities, it became a recognised means of joining the smuggling route to Europe. But it was supposed to get out, wasn't it? It was supposed to be noted. Yeah, exactly, innit? Why was he going to get jailed in Eritrea? Come on, computer, work. Anytime today. Come on, computer, slow bloody thing.
Might as well be raiding. They're raiding Europe and bringing aids.
Israel
anyway,
raid.
Just in case you haven't seen it before. Let me know if you got volume.
might as well be raiding. They're raiding Europe and bringing aids.
Israel raid. Israel raid.
Israel raid.
Yeah.
So it's a group of Israelis that have come to the shores of Europe to welcome invaders, literally. Let's watch some of the footage.
Waiting to help them on the beaches of Greece are the last people the Syrians might expect. Volunteers from Israel.
My name is Tali Shaltiel. I'm
lovely.
Here with Israel, an Israeli-based NGO.
My name is Majida Kardosh. I'm here as a medical team. I work as a nurse.
My name is Iris Adler. I live in Tel Aviv. I just finished med school in Tel Aviv University. I came here through Israel to be on the coast as a doctor.
My name is Manal Shadi. I'm from Nazareth, and I'm the team lead of Israel in Greece.
Our job here is to receive the boats of the refugees that are coming from the Turkish side to the Greek side. There are many, many volunteers on the beach, not many medical teams.
On the line from the Turkish side, they're going through a lot of problems. Their smugglers there are asking them to pay between $1,000 to $5,000 per person. A lot of time they're just shoving them into boats that should fit 50 people, but there are 150 people on the boat. They just leave them midway through the sea and they tell them, you find your own way to Greece, we're not responsible on you. Or they fill like half a tank of gas and they just leave them in the middle of the sea.
Let me pause there for a second. I just want to comment on that. The reason why they do that, by the way, is because international maritime law stipulates that you're actually you have to save people if they're stranded at sea, right? There's this duty to rescue persons at sea and stuff like that. International maritime law, or maritime law is international law, and that's the reason. It's not an accident. That's why they're putting them with half a gas a tank, because otherwise, if they were a capable ship, they could actually push them back or send them back again and say,
of course.
Actually, you can go back again. But now they're like, oh, we're stranded. We can't help us, right?
Well, aren't they just coming from Turkey and they're idiots who don't even have water? I just want to say, though, these women say it's our job. But by who? You're coming
by Israel.
Have you asked the Greek people? I mean, think about it. Again, you have Jewish women showing up in Europe in a country that is not theirs, that are welcoming invaders. I mean, it's just outrageous. And I just want to say, again, too, 70% of these invaders are not fleeing war. They're coming for welfare.
Let's watch the rest and then comment on this.
What we do is go to Hind Point with binoculars, searching and scanning the water, and you start looking for this black with orange dots in the view. And then it comes nearer and you start seeing the rock.
I didn't realise I was bloody muted. I was answering SR. Yeah, Sunak thinks it's working because they're going to Ireland, but Ireland's booting them back out, I think. And there's a certain party in Ireland that's now said, like, they're taking the country back in there. But I haven't got that far into looking into it.
Rubber boat and all the people on it. Like 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Here it is. Here's Europe.
Here's the white people.
2 minutes of chaos. Taking
Here's
off the babies,
girls.
people screaming, shouting, helping them. You know, a lot of them don't know how to swim. They're afraid from the water.
Looking at the refugees so we can see who is in need of medical help. And I
They look
start
fine.
shouting,
Their
"Min
clothes is
doctor, who need
clean.
a doctor" in Arabic.
They look in good shape.
And so this is the time that we start giving treatment. After that, we start
I look at the
giving
guys in the
them
background
food
there.
and water.
Look at that. They're like smoking a cigarette there, kind of just hanging out.
Yeah,
Look
they
at
don't
that.
look starving
With its
and
like
desperate.
neon sneakers.
Yeah, it's
It's like funny,
ridiculous.
isn't it?
Give them food and water, warm clothes, something to eat, to drink. After that, I take the map. We have a map that we translate on it in Arabic. Explain to them what is the next step.
What is the next step? Let's
my
explain to them
God.
what is the next step. This is where you're gonna go next. This is what you're gonna do next, right?
This is just, how can you not be livid? Again, they're foreigners coming to a country that is not theirs. Do the Greek know about this? Giving them maps, explaining them how to navigate the welfare system, where to go, and then maybe refer them to the German website about how to impregnate women.
Bit like what they do in Dover or Calais, innit? They tell them everything. They tell them everything, how to get their Aspen card and their mobile phone and their hotel, and when they arrive at Dover, they'll have pizza and everything else. And they don't say don't have sex with children, do they? They don't put that on their piece of paper. They tell them how to claim a grant for clothing, etc. But they don't say the law is you can't have sex with anybody under 18, do they? No, they don't put that on the NGO leaflet, do they? Care for Calais.
Preferably German women. It's just like,
They found this handbook. We posted the news a while back too, as Sky News found the basic for EU-bound migrants handbook that was with all these directions. It was like
yeah, and all the NGOs are funded by I'll show you that in a minute. You wouldn't believe it, is a certain blue star.
Here's help organizations along the way. Here's where you can go. Here's the places where you can stop. And I was thinking they didn't know who did this one. Maybe it's Israel who did this one,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
Maybe it's them
Gotta
who did
do
this.
some research.
Yeah, we didn't actually get to see, and when this news was released, who it was that was responsible for this.
They don't know where they are, okay? So the first thing that I tell them that they are in Lesbos Island in Greece, because some of them, they had no idea where they are.
We brought a team from Israel, which is Arab speaking, and the effect was amazing.
Hearing your language is very important to them.
Yeah, that's right, Robert.
Getting the instructions, where to go, what to do next, what are the next steps, because they have a lot of uncertainty.
And although Israel and Syria are technically at war, none of that matters here on the beach.
Usually when they get to the beach, they're just happy to see people waiting for them.
It's a big party,
Giving them help and food and clothes and medical
why don't they
treatment
do this
if
to
they
Palestinian refugees? Why don't
Sometimes
they
they
build
realize who we
camps for
are
them
and
and help
they're
them?
just happy to see us and they hug us and kiss us, and it's very exciting.
Men kissing me like I'm their daughter, on the forehead, saying thank you, saying that I would never have thought that I'm going to receive treatment or be able to speak from an Israeli doctor or share my story with an Israeli.
So okay, let's just really get into the nitty-gritty of this.
So mad when I see
yeah,
this.
I know. It's so okay. Let's put it in context. We have people from a foreign country that has nothing to do with the relationship of the European Union. They're Israeli citizens. They're Israelis. They're Israeli Jews. A country, by the way, that has the strictest immigration. We'll get to that later. But they're going to the shores of Europe to welcome Syrian migrants, African migrants, Afghani migrants, Iraqi migrants, pointing the way, standing out and waving. Here it is, coming this way, right?
Yep, literally doing that. Yeah, it's like let's go to Israel. I said this on Twitter. Let's get a good group together, go to Israel, start up some aid, and then welcome all the non-Jews, the Arabs, the Africans. Why can't we do that? What would happen then? How about we go there and set up aid for the Palestinians? And why aren't these women doing that if they claim that, oh, we're in such a good relationship with Muslims?
Just don't
why
focus
aren't
on
they
that.
doing
Nope.
anything there in Israel?
Just let's not even talk about that, right? Is Israel, right? The Zachariah Zevi, the founder and the CEO, he's like a guy speaking at APAC, meetings and stuff like that. The guy who's the director. They love Israel, no problem whatsoever. They're getting tons of money from other, rich and powerful Jewish
Even though
donors.
APAC is starting the wars that are creating this whole cycle?
And then you come back full cycle around again where you realize, oh, okay, that is the point.
Yeah.
That's what they want to do.
Tons of Jewish
right?
orgs behind this particular Israel aid,
Yeah.
I mean, really, we must have our own guards at these borders and scare away these ships when they come. Tell them return or die.
Could you imagine if we
Shoot
did? See,
their
this is
boats.
the thing. If we would have gone to Israel and done something like this, there would be military descending on us in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We probably wouldn't even make it there, to be
yeah.
honest, of invading their space, right? How are these people coming here? Are they getting a flight ticket? Then how long can they stay? Where are they staying? This is obviously, there's not a hotel right next by. This is very organized, very planned. They have food, they have water, they have blankets, they have medicine, they have tons of people working for them here. They have translators into Arabic. I mean, this is a huge operation. You just don't do that. And do they go home in the afternoon somewhere or like to a hotel? What times are they there? How often? How long periods are they there? How long can they even stay in Europe? I mean, I'm starting to think maybe all this stuff with Greece, after all, the destruction of their economy before all of the migration wave happened, was a way to weaken Greece in such a capacity that no one would actually even care about the borders, right? Goldman Sachs got in there, austerity measures, the country's in disarray and chaos. No one even knows what's going on. That's when we'll strike. That's when we'll hit them, because everyone want to get into like Lesbos or some of these other islands. And then from there, they can just piggyback all the way up to Germany and Sweden and Norway for the welfare money.
It makes me think of revenge too. Again, like another Maccabean style revolt, right? Let's go kill those pagans and teach those pagans a lesson, right? Like Hanukkah, I talked about in one of my videos. I mean, it's an important area for Western civilization. It's an entry point to Europe. Jews have quite a history in Greece, so I don't think that it's not symbolic.
Yeah, it is symbolic, very symbolic, right? Isn't it? Yeah. So they have this idea of tikkun olam, right? Of fixing the world, right? That somehow there's an error in the world and it's up to us, them to fix everything. We're going to repair the world because, God made mistakes or whatever. And this is the shape that it takes. I mean, they're getting praised in the international media, these groups helping, but again, without people realizing, it's actually a huge strategy behind this to bring in more migrants into Europe to destroy them ethnically, right? Let's take a look at Israel in the meantime, right? How are they treating migrants?
The lowest refugee acceptance rates in the world. They actually turn them away, and then they go to Europe to welcome our invaders. I mean, this hypocrisy is just not called out. And they say, oh, because we fight with Arabs and we're a small country. It's always all these excuses. And it's like, okay, fine, I get that. It's not a problem. You don't want these people in your countries. I get that. But then don't come and judge us for not wanting it and push it into our countries. That's the problem I have with here. Yeah, look at this. By the numbers, Israel recognizes less than 1% of asylum seekers. I mean, talk about the utter hypocrisy. Meanwhile, the World Jewish Congress has, had this big statement, and they said, basically, we support basically the invasion into Europe. And official German Jewry welcome the non-white invasion. It's just outrageous. I mean, look at these guys. Look at their lovely faces. Do you think that they just have so much love in their heart for Germany, considering their past there during World War II? This is more revenge.
They even have, they even have DNA, issues in terms of immigration, right? That you have to have, for you to get in to Israel, you have to be Jewish by DNA.
That
right?
is correct.
And it's actually worse. It's worse than that, because what they're doing now is that they're actually shipping people out of Israel to send them to places like Sweden, right? So they actually pay specifically African migrants, because many Jews in Israel, they actually hate blacks. They have a huge problem with racism in Israel, and they hate black people. They hate black Africans. And these groups of people are standing and taunting them and telling them to get out. So one of the measures that they did is to actually pay them money to permanently go away from Israel, immigrate into Sweden. And then consequently, of course, we would take the brunt end of this, our population numbers. And they also give us this BS that, well, Israel is a small population and, the Holocaust, blah, blah, blah. It was like, well, Norway, Denmark, Sweden, all these countries are smaller populations than Jews in Israel.
Yeah, and of course, and if they're so charitable and giving and care, about human rights, why don't they set something up? Just look at a map of Israel and all that's around it. There's tons of room there in the desert. I mean, this is they are the richest ethnic group in the world. They get billions from America. They have money and resources. So why don't they help any of the refugees coming in there around their area, even setting up some camps or tents? They don't, because it's all just fake. It's a big scam.
Yeah, they're using our good nature and our goodwill and our help to target us ethnically, and then they tell us that we should feel good about it. In fact, we should feel good about our demise.
But meanwhile, they don't allow no interfaith marriages. They don't even have civil marriages, so you can only get married with a rabbi, which means only Jew with Jew.
Yeah, that's what I said. It was like, well, the immigration is by DNA
tests,
but then you have exactly encouragements. I even think that there was this one story when Bar Raffaeli or something, some Israeli model was going to potentially marry Leo DiCaprio, and it was rabbis writing letters to her urging her not to do that.
Yeah.
Don't mix with the goy,
That's right.
I think that's funny.
Right, that's they say about the DNA. What's up? I put it up here the other day, didn't I? The World Health Organization. Did I say it's on this page? I can't remember. Last 2 days, 500 illegal migrants have crossed into the channel. Have crossed the channel. 141 in 2 dinghies on Saturday and 359 in 8 dinghies. 7,167 migrants have now crossed the channel so far this year in 148 dinghies. Oh, where is it? 97.5%. Wear a bit too. Blood types. Boris Johnson with Orsini. While I'm trying to find the DNA data. Put this little bit of Oi, Mark.
At Al Jazeera's investigative unit, we've conducted a forensic, meticulous examination of the events of October the 7th. We uncovered very real crimes committed by Hamas and others. But I think what was perhaps most significant were the crimes we discovered that did not happen. And it's hugely concerning that these revelations have been virtually entirely ignored by the Western press. What's extraordinary is the Israelis were aware of the plans. Hamas were actually training quite openly for this operation, and they were actually placing the training videos online so anyone could view them. On the very night of October the 7th, before dawn, spotters along the fence are reporting back to headquarters, and the head of Shin Bet and the head of military intelligence take this seriously enough that in the middle of the night, they're up and talking to each other, and they conclude it's just another training exercise. And what is extraordinary is that they don't even raise the alert level to number 1. You know, the most basic alert level would have made a huge difference. And they don't do that, which means that when Hamas bursts through the fence at 6:30 in the morning, they catch many of the defenders in their beds. I mean, you can see many of the soldiers are killed in their beds. Hamas had anticipated most of their fighters would be killed trying to get through the fence. In fact, only a small number were killed trying to get through the fence. They were as much taken by surprise as anyone by the performance of Israeli intelligence and the Israeli military. Crucially, also, they were taken by surprise by this very large music festival that was taking place, which they don't seem to have been aware of. Having overrun the military bases, the game plan was to grab hostages and take them back. And they do this on a large scale, but they also clearly kill very large numbers of unarmed civilians as well. The Israelis were then extraordinarily slow to respond. Now, they scrambled Apache helicopters, but there's no ground control. It's pretty clear that in the chaos, some hostages at least were hit by Apache helicopter fire. We've identified 27 people who were clearly taken hostage, taken captive, and were taken away from their homes, but never made it to the fence, died somewhere between their homes and the fence. There's a fair chance that a number of them were killed by Apache helicopters. Within the kibbutzes, we've identified 18 people who were pretty much certainly killed by the police and the army as they arrived. 12 of them a specific incident in kibbutz Beri, where you have a large number of gunmen, around 40 gunmen, holed up in a house with 13 hostages. A tank is brought in and opens fire on the house. There are 2 survivors from this incident, which is why we know about it. There may be other incidents we don't know about because everyone was killed, but there are 2 survivors from this who spoke to Israeli media. There's a common sense thing. You just have to look at the scale of the destruction, and it's clear that 1,200 men armed with rocket-propelled grenades and machine guns did not do all of this. The Hannibal directive, which was something that was developed in the 1980s by the Israelis, and it was basically to avoid situations where their enemies would capture 1 or 2 or 3 Israeli soldiers and then effectively hold them to ransom. There was one occasion where the Israelis released over 1,000 Palestinian prisoners in return for a single Israeli soldier. So an order was issued whereby they said, it's better that we kill everyone than allow people to be captured. Now, this was supposedly rescinded several years ago, but at midday on October the 7th, the army revived the Hannibal directive, put it into effect. 70 vehicles were hit. At least in some of the cases, everyone in the vehicle was killed.
The Israeli military does not deny the report.
The peculiarity of the days after October 7 is that the Israeli media and subsequently the international media choose to focus
Yeah,
on
that's right,
very
Matt.
real and extensive crimes.
They have Lavender and they have Big Daddy as well as
They did not commit. And
and there's a new one as well now.
Immediately after is to do with babies. The most dramatic one is we see an allegation that there were 40 babies killed, many of them beheaded. This is very simple to deal with because we have a comprehensive list of the dead. We know that 2 babies are killed on October the 7th. One is a 10-month-old child who is hit by a bullet fired through a safe room door. The other is a child who dies after an emergency cesarean, a Bedouin child, in fact. Now, any story about babies that does not relate to those 2, and there are a lot of stories about babies, is not true. We know it's not true. This has enormous implications for the other wave of atrocity stories that began very quickly, which is to do with sexual violence, and particularly the Israeli assertion that it was widespread and systematic. To be clear, in the film, we are not saying that there were no rapes on October the 7th. We simply don't know. What we are saying is that there simply is not the evidence. There's not the forensic evidence, there's not the visual evidence, there's not the photographic evidence, and there is not the witness evidence to support the allegation of widespread and systematic rape. The Israelis have this strange system where they farm out the collection of bodies after disasters and terrorist attacks and so on to an organization called Zaka, who are ultra-Orthodox religious volunteers. They collect the bodies, prepare them for religious burial and so on. A character that many people will have seen in the days afterwards is Yossi Landau, who was the southern commander of Zaka, who was on
He's a
television
twat,
a
he
great
is.
deal. He said,
piles of 10 children each were tied to the back, burned to death.
You then see a phone call which Netanyahu makes to President Biden, where he repeats this story. In fact, he embellishes it.
They took dozens of children, bound them up, burned them, and executed them.
Terribly important, this, because it was entirely untrue. We know the house he's talking about. He's talking about the house in Kibbutz Be'eri, which was the house that was stormed by Israeli police and military, and where it is almost certain that all of the hostages were killed by the Israeli police and military. There were 2 children there, 2 twins, but no other children, so we know the story is untrue. Mr. Landau told a number of other stories. There's one particularly notorious one about the fetus being cut out of a pregnant woman.
The baby that was connected to the cord was stabbed, and she was shot in the back.
We simply know this is untrue. The list of the dead show there's no such victim. Mr. Landau said, I have a picture of this atrocity.
If you want to see the picture, I have the picture of it.
This is the baby.
I'm sorry to be graphic here, but I can't see a baby here.
You can't see the baby but this is the picture of the mother.
It was a piece of charred flesh. It wasn't a baby. It certainly wasn't a baby. So it was interesting. Psychologically, I'm not quite sure why he offered to show me a photo that he didn't have. I'd point out as well that Zaka was an organization that was in trouble. There had been a major scandal. Its founder had been accused of child sexual abuse. There was a financial scandal. It had been found to be cooking the books. It's raised an awful lot of money since October the 7th. These stories were clearly useful, and they were useful to the Israeli government. In the film, we see Benjamin Netanyahu visiting Zaka volunteers and thanking them for talking to the world's media and stressing that this is another front in the war.
מנהיגים וגם לדעת הקהל. יש לכם חלק חשוב בהשפעה על דעת הקהל שמשפיע גם על מנהיגים.
Why does this matter? Why does it matter whether this type of atrocity was committed, but not that type? People were killed in this way, not that way. It matters because the murder of it's particularly again and again and again, what they always reference is babies and rape.
Young girls who were raped and then murdered.
Women brutally raped and murdered.
Little kids who are beheaded.
Pictures of terrorists beheading children.
These bastards put these babies in an oven and put on the oven. We found the kid a few hours later.
This is something you see in previous conflicts as well. If you want to dehumanize as an enemy, if you want to desensitize people to the suffering done, in-depth investigations.
Oh,
where
come
they
on, you stupid
concluded there was
computer.
widespread, systematic, instrumentalized, weaponized rape. The New York Times makes a particular feature of the story of a young woman. She was killed early in the morning, 9 miles north of the music festival site, as she and her husband were fleeing. The New York Times, in its big December investigation into sexual violence, leads with this, and about a third of the article consists of her story. And it's immediately undermined because the woman's sister then posts on Instagram immediately afterwards, this isn't true. We know she wasn't raped. She was texting us until minutes before her death. It's also the case that her husband had a lengthy phone conversation immediately after her death with his brother, and again, made no mention of rape. So it's very important that, because it's the central, most compelling piece of information in one of the biggest investigations done by one of the world's most prestigious media outlets, the New York Times, and it turns out not to be true. It's done by 3 journalists. One of them turns out to be somebody who worked in some capacity for Israeli intelligence previously, who has virtually no journalistic experience, and who had liked genocidal media posts. It's very interesting with Anna Schwartz. She gives an interview in Hebrew to an Israeli channel. She actually lays out how difficult they were finding it to find evidence that they were talking to all the hospitals and all the psychiatric clinics and so on, and that there was simply no evidence at all. There were no witnesses had come forward, no victims had come forward at all. I think she's telling this as if to show what digging they had to do, but it's actually very revealing. In the end, it's quite clear they fall back on the same sources as everyone else: Israeli government officials, IDF officers, and first responders, all sources which were discredited by the baby stories. So no babies were beheaded, no babies were thrown into ovens, and there is no real evidence for widespread and systematic rape. Now, it's very clear why the Israelis might want these stories to circulate. What's less clear is why very reputable Western news and media outlets should swallow them so uncritically, particularly given the track record of the Israeli
Propaganda.
government and the IDF, which has been shown again and again and again in the past to have been less than truthful in the accounts it gives.
Because our war is against Hamas, not against the people of Gaza. While this mission is urgent, we will continue to fulfill it with
No,
care
she stepped
and with
down,
a
she
commitment
has.
to the sanctity of life, both Israeli and Palestinian.
The response to our film, October the 7th, has been interesting. The response is not to criticize and to pick apart and say we've got it wrong. They don't do that at all. What they do is they simply ignore you, which on one level I take as a compliment, because I think there are all sorts of people out there who would very much like to pick apart what we're doing and to destroy it and discredit it. And I think they take one look at it
Yeah,
and
exactly,
decide that they
Robert.
can't really do it. So what they do, which in a way is even more damaging, is just to entirely ignore us. This is significant because so often what we are doing is critiquing the way the mainstream media has covered the story, which may well be, of course, precisely why the media doesn't want to look at what we've done. So in a way, the treatment of this in many ways echoes the treatment of our earlier series, The Labour Files, which offered a critique of the dominant media narrative about Corbyn and the Corbyn years on the anti-Semitism crisis. The allegation of anti-Semitism clearly is a very powerful weapon that can be wielded in defense of the Israeli state. I think sometimes, particularly by the Israeli state, it is wielded very cynically and very deliberately.
When the ICC investigates Israel for fake war crimes, this is pure anti-Semitism.
It's not the case in
Anti-Semitism,
Western
because
media
they're
and Western
being
societies that you cannot
investigated
criticize
for their
Muslims. You
lies.
can.
It's
Now, you have to be a bit careful about how
anti-Semitism.
you do it, but certainly at the moment, during the assault on Gaza, you certainly can. What you cannot do is to question the fundamental philosophy of Zionism. What you are not allowed to do is to say what all Palestinians would say: Israel is a state whose defining feature is and has always been that it is structured to ensure the domination of one ethnicity over another, that it is in effect an apartheid state, which is what all of the world's human rights organizations now describe it as. The enormous peculiarity and dysfunction of Western media with Israel is not only does it not say that, you're actually not allowed to say that. And this renders criticism of Israel perilous terrain. People are very on edge. They're very aware that they're straying into dangerous territory. They're very aware they have to choose their words terribly carefully, otherwise they will be misconstrued. You can see this happening at its worst within the Labour Party, where particularly Jewish people, are far, far more likely to be suspended and expelled for anti-Semitism from the Labour Party than non-Jewish people. But there is something more fundamental that goes on, which regards the Palestinian people as a whole. Once you have tainted them with the stain of anti-Semitism,
I was playing
you have
some of
opened
it
the door
last
to,
night.
you have facilitated the dehumanization of Palestinians, which is the psychological prerequisite of Israeli brutality towards the Palestinians and of Western complicity in that brutality. Palestinians will often make the point that they did not choose who their occupier was, who their colonizer was. So in fighting back, yes, they are inevitably fighting back against Zionists and Jews. It doesn't mean they're anti-Semitic. One has to ask oneself the question, are we really saying that if they had been colonized by Greeks or Italians, they wouldn't be resisting their occupation? Of course they would.
That's
36
right,
Israeli
Michael.
children were killed on October the 7th, and this understandably got widespread international media coverage. At this stage, I think over 14,000 Palestinian children have been killed. And you would expect the outrage and the coverage to be proportionately greater, and it's not. In future, people will look back at what is being done, which is essentially the flattening of a whole series of towns and the mass murder of thousands and thousands of unarmed civilians, almost half of whom are children. And they will be absolutely bewildered by how the West allowed this to happen under its very noses with weapons that were being supplied by the West. There is a rupture in the relationship of large numbers of people with the political media class. There is a fundamental alienation that is going on right now as a result of what is happening.
Yeah, our MPs are getting richer and richer, selling weapons.
The events of October the 7th are a case study in how traditional media can let us down and how we desperately need alternative voices that will genuinely probe these things and not simply accept the narratives that are fed to them. For this reason, I think it's enormously important to have outlets like Double Down News, and I would urge you to support Double Down News in any way you can.
You show me where they're persecuted narrative. Show me where they're persecuted. Look that. Today or history. There you go. They say about they said about DNA, didn't they? And marriages, blah de blah de blah, DNA. John Hopkins' genetic study shows 97.5% of Judaics living in Israel have absolutely no ancient Hebrew DNA and therefore not Semites, and have no ancient blood ties to the land of Palestine at all, whereas 80% of the Palestinians carry an ancient Hebrew DNA and thus are the real Semites. Just let that sink in. It's absolutely crazy, isn't it? 97.5% of Judaics living in Israel have absolutely no ancient Hebrew DNA, and therefore they are not Semites. So you cannot be anti-Semitic calling out Israel, can you? Like I played in the video last night. So I put some more of that video on from last night. Where's it gone? Play your bugger.
In our school books, we are taught that the evil Germans wanted to genocide all the Jews. Ironically, there were no written German plans to exterminate the Jews. But on the other hand, there were many Jewish plans to exterminate. This was mainly the reason why the National Socialists viewed it as their mission to save the German people. But what is the motivation for the demographic genocide of the European people that we all can see around us today? Why is it necessary for a specific group of people to destroy the racial and cultural makeup of an entire continent and race of people? The answer to this can be found in the following disturbing plans. Baruch Levy stated in response to Karl Marx in La Revue de Paris, the Jewish people as a whole will become its own messiah. It will attain world domination by the dissolution of other races, by the abolition of frontiers, the annihilation of monarchy, and by the establishment of a world republic in which the Jews will everywhere exercise the privilege of citizenship. In this new world order, the children of Israel will furnish all the leaders without encountering opposition. The governments of the different peoples forming the world republic will fall without difficulty into the hands of the Jews. It will then be possible for the Jewish rulers to abolish private property and everywhere to make use of the resources of the state. Thus, the promise of the Talmud will be fulfilled, in which is said that when the Messianic time is come, the Jews will have all the property of the whole world in their hands. The Jewish writer Israel Sangwil was a Fabian socialist and advocate of world government. He was very supportive of the Bolshevik Revolution and had close
Fabian
links to
Society.
banking families such as the Rothschilds
Thanks,
and
SR.
the Schiffs. As early as in 1908, Sangville coined the term melting pot when he wrote the famous play that premiered in
The Great Fabian Society. Nigel Farage is a Fabian.
Washington, D.C., in the heart of American political culture. The well-known term melting pot means the mixing of different races and cultures into one monolithic group, forming the new world and the new man. The play described an America in which all races and cultures are blended into a new people. But of course, Sangwil was an ardent Zionist and disapproved of Jewish intermarriage. The more blended everyone else is, the less organized and ethnocentric and anti-Semitic they will be. Thus, no one would know these, the ethnocentric Jews. Blending all people into a giant mishmash in all white countries was the idea planted by this play that appealed to many influential persons. When The Melting Pot opened on Broadway, it was critically praised by the globalist press and publicly praised by Teddy Roosevelt and Churchill. In reality, it is what multiculturalism was intended to be, the mixing of non-European populations with Europeans in European nations, with the intention of mixing the Europeans out of existence. It means the final solution for the white European people. After having conquered Christian Russia and turned it into a superstate Soviet Union, they would start the project of doing the same thing with Europe. National sovereignty and homogeneity of the European nations would have to be eliminated before international communism could be implemented. In 1922, Richard Nicholas von Coudenhove-Kalergi founded the Pan-European movement, the ground of what we now refer to as the European Union. His ideas were the guiding principles behind the founding of the European Union. Very few people know that Kalergi explicitly designed the genocide of the Europeans through flooding Europe with migrants. His goal was to create a Europe without ethnic Europeans. Just like the Jewish Bolshevik Revolution, his movement was also financially backed by the Zionist Jewish capitalist bankers such as Rothschild, Baruch, and Warburg. The plan is no more than a supremacist strategy to outnumber and genocide the low birth rate, passive, ethno-masochistic, self-loathing Europeans out of existence. Kalergi's goal was to destroy distinct cultures and genetic uniqueness and replace them with automized, rootless individuals. European immigration would be the first step in creating a future world government. From his book Praktischer Idealismus, Practical Idealism, came the concept now commonly called the Coudenhove-Kalergi Plan. 2 points can summarize this plan. Europeans must mix with Arabs, Africans, and Asians into a mess which Kalergi describes as a Eurasian Negroid race. The only exception for the planetary race biological experiment are, of course, the Jews, as Kalergi considers to be Europe's intellectual upper class. Taking from his book Practical Idealism, Kalergi states, "Man will in future be of mixed race. Today's races and classes will gradually disappear as a result of the elimination of space, time, and prejudice. The future of Eurasian Negro race will remind you of ancient Egyptians and replace the diversity of races and the diversity of individuals. Instead of destroying European Jewry, against her will, refined and educated these people, and through this artificial process pushed them into their future role as the leading nation. Bolshevism constitutes a decisive step towards this purpose, where a small group of communist spiritual aristocrats govern the country. The general staff of both are recruited from Europe's spiritual leader race, the Jews. These crimes committed by the European Union against the European peoples are directly in violation of the 1948 UN Genocide Convention, Article 2. Kalergi suggested Beethoven's hymn as the European Union's national anthem, and he was very active with the design of the EU logo, which contains 12 stars, which symbolize the 12 tribes of Israel. The logo was finalized by the Jew Paul M.G. Levy. The European Union Parliament building in Strasbourg was modeled after the Tower of Babel, Hebrew name for Babylon. The building symbolized anti-Christianism, dependence on power, the destruction of global human diversity, and a gradual introduction of tyranny. In the Greek myth, Europa was a beautiful Phoenician princess. Europa caught the eye of Zeus, who promptly turned himself into a rather comely and attractive white bull, adorned with flowers and petals. An entranced Europa climbed aboard the bull, only for it to whisk her way across the sea. Zeus, in the guise of the bull, took her all the way to Crete, where he raped Europa. Europa then went on to give birth to King Minos of Crete. This is the EU headquarters in Brussels. This is the sculpture outside of European Parliament in Strasbourg, literally called the Abduction of Europe. The Greek Eurocoin, Time magazine cover. So the most obvious question we now should ask ourselves is the following. Why is the Euro...
Shard Lake, a brand new original series on Disney Plus. Have a most important...
Fucking advert. But it's crazy, isn't it? The rape of Europe. On the European coins. Outside the headquarters.
Using the rape of Europa from Greek myth as its primary symbol. Coudenhove-Kalergi was a mixed breed, and although he was not Jewish himself, he was a member of the Jewish B'nai B'rith Masonry Lodge, and he could speak Hebrew. 2 of his 3 wives were Jewish. Coudenhove-Kalergi's father was a close friend of Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism. In 1897 in Switzerland, Herzl explained that Masonic lodges are established all over the world to help us achieve our independence. Those pigs, the non-Jewish Masons, will never understand the final objects of Masonry. Consequently, all Masonic lodges of Germany were closed down by the National Socialists, and Freemasonry was outlawed. Germany's National Socialist government considered the Pan-European Union to be under the control of Freemasonry, which they saw as a danger to Germany and Europe's future survival. In 1938, a book called Die Freimaurerie, Weltanschauung, Organisation und Politik was released revealing Coudenhove-Kalergi's membership of Freemasonry. The Masonic newspaper called The Beacon stated, Brother Coudenhove-Kalergi's program is a Masonic work of the highest order, and to be able to work on it together is a lofty task for all brother Freemasons. Freemasonry is ultimately rooted in the Jewish Kabbalah. Kabbalah is a Hebrew word for received tradition. The Jewish Tribune of New York on October 28, 1927 stated, Masonry is based on Judaism. Eliminate the teachings of Judaism from the Masonic ritual, and what is left? The well-known Rabbi Isaac Wise concluded, Freemasonry is a Jewish establishment whose history, grades, official appointments, passwords, and explanations are Jewish from beginning to end. Winston Churchill referred to Kalergi's plan in 1945 as the United States of Europe. Churchill himself was also a Freemason and a big supporter of the movement of creating this stepping stone to the future international communist government. After the annexation of Austria by the Third Reich in 1938, Coudenhove-Kalergi fled to Czechoslovakia, and then again in 1940 from France to the US. Kalergi wrote in his autobiography, at the beginning of 1924, we received a call from Baron Louis de Rothschild. One of his friends, Max Warburg from Hamburg, had read my book and wanted to get to know us. To my great surprise, Warburg spontaneously to tide the movement over for its first 3 years. Max Warburg, who was one of the most distinguished and wisest men that I have ever come in contact with, had a principle of financing these movements. He remained sincerely interested in Pan-Europe for his entire life. Max Warburg arranged his 1925 trip to the United States to introduce me to Paul Warburg and financier Bernard Baruch. The well-known James Paul Warburg was a Jewish member of the Globalist Council on Foreign Relations and Roosevelt's financial advisor. James Paul Warburg gained some notice in February 1950 when he said, "We shall have world government, whether we like it or not. The only question is whether world government will be achieved by conquest or consent." James' father was banker Paul Moritz Warburg, member of the Warburg family and father of the Federal Reserve System. Jean Monnet was also one of the chief architects of the European Union. He was born into a family of Jewish merchants and spent his life fueled by hatred for Europeans. In his Monnet plan, he explained how he would turn the free Europe into a communist superstate. Europe's nations should be guided towards a superstate without their people understanding what is happening. This can be accomplished by successive steps, each disguised as having an economic purpose, but will eventually and irreversibly lead to federation. The European Union was intentionally set up to give minority organizations influence on the management of Europe. Harry Truman read an article about Kalergi in 1945. He was so impressed that he adopted the Kalergi Plan as a US official policy as well. After 1965, the real demographic changes of European countries would be seen. Brock Chisholm, former director of the World Health Organization, said, "What people in all places have to do is to limit birth rates and promote mixed marriages between different races. This aims to create a single race in the world which will be directed by a central authority." Theodore Kaufman, an American Jew born in New York City, wrote the book Germany Must Perish in late 1940. This was a full year before the USA entered the Second World War, and also long before the stories of mass killings of Jews in Germany began to circulate. Kaufman advocated for the genocide of the German people and called for the complete extermination of 48 million German men and women of childbearing age, so that, he explained, German nationalism and pride would be destroyed in 2 generations. Kaufman advocated for genocide of the German people through forced sterilization and total dismemberment and reapportionment of German territory to be divided up and given to other nations. The Hate Fest started out in the opening lines of his book as following. This dynamic volume outlines a comprehensive plan for the extinction of the German nation and a total eradication from the earth of all her people. Kaufman continued for several chapters, further demonizing Germans before proposing his genocidal final solution. On page 86, the author states, "There remains then but one mode of ridding the world forces of Germanism, and that is to stem the source from which issue those war-lusted souls, by preventing the people of Germany from ever again reproducing their kind. This modern method, known to science as eugenic sterilization, is at once practical, humane, and thorough. Sterilization has become a byword of science as the best means of ridding the human race of its misfits." Kaufman's summary of his book in a Times ad read, "A dynamic volume outlining a plan for the extinction of Germany, containing a map showing possible dissection and apportionment of its territory." The plan boiled down to forcible mass sterilization of most German women under 45 and most German men under 65. Incredibly, a number of Jewish-owned newspapers in America actually reviewed the book when it was published, including New York Times, The Washington Post, Time Magazine, and the Philadelphia Record. Kaufman was, just like many other Jewish supremacists, a big proponent of a world government. On 26th of September 1941, Kaufman said in an interview he gave to the Canadian Jewish Chronicle, "I believe that the Jews have a mission in life. They must see to it that the nations of the world get together in one vast federation, and the Jews will do the most to bring about this confederation, because they have the most to gain. But how can you get peace if Germany exists? Let us sterilize all Germans." In Germany, leaflets were printed to expose this book and inform the
Shard Lake, a brand new original series on Disney Plus.
Parks the adverts. Spunkfest, this is what I do most nights. Show the truth, show the facts. And you sat on Mark Kelly's calling me a fucking wrong one. Oh, fucking hamster thing, gerbil thing. Where's our gerbil gone? It's at home. He was kidding you.
Of the plans. The leaflets also revealed that Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin supported versions of the plan. The leaflet presented a reproduction of Kaufman's 8-point plan and captioned, "German people, you now know what your eternal enemies plan to do. To stop their extermination plan, there is only one thing to do: fight, work, and win." The plan was inspired by Talmudic hatred
Yeah, I know.
who had dared to oppose the God
I
shows
know
the
it,
people.
Tony.
1 million copies of the small book were republished in German by order from Joseph Goebbels to warn Germans of their possible fate if the war was lost. Hitler read a copy of the book in August of 1941 and was terrified with what he read. Afterwards, Jews were forced to wear the yellow star by law. The editor of the Zionist weekly Jüdische Rundschau was the first to coin and make popular the slogan about the yellow star, which Jews were later forced to wear it proudly, a yellow badge. Dr. Joseph Goebbels stated, "Thanks to the Jew Kaufman, we Germans know only too well what to expect in case of defeat. Humanity would sink into eternal darkness. It would fall into a dull and primitive state were the Jews to win this war."
Yeah, it's your
In
thing,
an
Richard.
article headlined "Breed War
I was meant to
Screams
put
of
them on my
Germans"
community
in the New
post,
York
wasn't I?
Daily newspaper, January 4th, 1938, the Jewish
Um,
Harvard University professor Ernest Houghton laid out his outbreeding plan that would destroy German nationalism. Houghton also called for the flooding of Europe with non-Europeans. Houghton's proposal called for transforming the German nation by encouraging mating of German women with non-German men, who would be brought into the country in large numbers, and of German men forcibly held outside of Germany with non-German women. 10 to 12 million German men would be assigned to forced labor under Allied supervision in countries outside of Germany to rebuild their economies. The objects of this measure, wrote Dr. Houghton, include reduction of the birth rates of pure Germans, neutralization of German aggressiveness by outbreeding and denationalization of indoctrinated individuals. Houghton estimated that this plan would require at least 20 years to be implemented. During this period, he went on, encourage also the immigration and settlement in the German states of non-German nationals, especially males. In September 1944, a French clergyman announced from the pulpit, "What remains to be done is to
Shardlake,
kill
a
every
brand new
German. There must be no distinction between soldiers and civilians in the destruction of men, women, and children." The Morgenthau Plan was yet another plan for the occupation or for the post-war destruction of Germany to inflict collective punishment upon the German people. The plan was authorized by two extremely powerful Jews around Roosevelt, Henry Morgenthau and Harry Dexter White. Morgenthau hoped for a Jewish revenge against the Germans to give her over to his Red
I'll put
friends
it
in
in here
Moscow.
now.
The plan aimed at, by means of aggressive warfare and starvation, reducing Germany's population with at least 20 million people. The plan was that Germany...
That's episode 1. So it's the first one I played last night.
would be deindustrialized and to become a poor agricultural society again. The plan was supported by Roosevelt and Churchill. Morgenthau was a close friend
This is
and personal
episode
advisor to
5.
President Franklin Roosevelt and played a major role in financing U.S. participation in World War II. Motivations for the plan included resentment against the entire German people, to permanently destroy Germany as a major power, to make her never rise against the globalists again, as a measure to prevent Germany from becoming a great military power again in the future. The goals would fulfill their vision of weakening and dividing the Western European countries to increase the support for communism in Germany and elsewhere.
But I'll put more videos up on my community post, Richard.
We have got to be tough with Germany, and I mean the German people, not just the Nazis.
Links to the other
You either had to
ones.
castrate the German people, or you have got to treat them in such a manner so they can't go on reproducing people. Morgenthau released a book in 1945 entitled "Germany is Our Problem," which promoted his plan and described it in detail. In November of 1945, Dwight Eisenhower, governor of the U.S. occupation zone of Germany, approved the distribution of 1,000 copies of this book to top American military officials.
The black-haired Jewish boy waits with satanic delight on his face for the hour when he can corrupt the unsuspecting girl with his blood and, in seducing her, steal her from her people. The Jew will attempt to undermine the racial foundations of the nation to be conquered using every possible means. The Jew steadily works to ruin women and girls so that he can break down the barriers of blood on an even larger scale.
That wasn't a girl, that
was
was
Jews
Justin
who brought
Bieber,
the
that
Negro
was.
to the right. The motive behind this is clear, and his intention is always the same. He wants to destroy the hated white race through bastardization. He continues to bring Negroes in as a flood and forces the mixing of races. This corruption puts an end to the white culture and political distinction and raises the Jew up to be its masters. A racially pure people which is conscious of its blood can never be defeated by the Jew. In this world, the Jew can only be the master of bastards. This is why he continually tries to lower the racial quality by poisoning the blood of individuals among the targeted peoples. The Jew begins to replace the political idea of democracy with that of a dictatorship for the working class. In the organized masses who follow Marxism, the Jew finds he is holding a weapon that allows him to do without democracy and permits him instead to conquer and rule the people through the iron hand of a dictatorship. The Jew works systematically in two directions, for the revolution economically and politically. Any nation that violently resists his internal attack is surrounded by a net of countries which fall more easily. This ring forms a network of enemies around his target and incites the nation into war. And finally, if necessary, when the troops are on the battlefield, he raises the flag of revolution right when the country is least prepared. Economically, the Jew shakes the state until its social services begin to sway. They become so costly that they are transferred away from national control and put under his financial control. Politically, he blocks funding and denies the state access to the resources it needs for self-preservation. He destroys the foundations of any national resistance or defense. He destroys faith in the government leadership. He ridicules the nation's history, and he drags everything that is truly great into the gutter. Culturally, the Jew corrupts art, literature, and theatre. He makes fun of national sentiment, upsets all ideas of beauty and nobility and idealism, and anything good. He drags people down into the realm of his own lowest nature. Religion is made ridiculous, and morals and decency are represented as old and worn out. He continues his attack until the last support on which the national being must rest, which the nation needs if it is to fight.
Dreaming of starting your own business in the UAE? Welcome to...
Well, that's all. Yeah, it's all set up, Mark. It's all behind the scenes. They talk about me talking to other people behind the scenes. You know, we have conversations about fucking real life, not fucking YouTube life. You're fucking... I asked a couple of questions yesterday in Society X's chat and got fucking timed out. Asking him to define what bullying means.
Is gone.
One of the many lies about Hitler and the National Socialists was that they considered other races in general as subhuman, but this is false post-war propaganda. Hitler has become the symbol of racism, even though he only applied the racialism that is considered normal to all other races around the world. It's only racism when white people defend their own nations and advocate for their own interests, because anti-racism is only a code word for anti-white. For example, the term master race was never even used during the Third Reich. The word herrenvolk, gentleman people, was mistranslated into English as master race. The correct term herrenvolk merely implied that the German was master of himself and his own country. He was independent. He possessed Selbstbeherrschung, self-control. He was Herr der Lage, master of the situation. He was Herr im Haus, master in his own house. Regarding the misunderstood concept of Lebensraum, Ingrid Rimland explained, "Our history has been stolen from us. Words have been stolen from us. Concepts have been stolen from us. And Lebensraum is such a concept. Lebensraum is not, in and of itself, a bad word. It means living space. It means the freedom to breathe, to grow, to become, the right to be a nation. it does not mean brutality against other races. Similarly, the term Untermensch was not necessarily tied to any special race. It simply meant a person subjecting to the immoral mindset of communism. The Untermensch is more a character of man. Goebbels himself said, "Subhumans exists in all peoples as a living agent." By contrast, Jewish supremacists themselves refer to the non-Jewish peoples as Gentiles or Goyim, to be treated as cattle or slaves, where murder, rape, or mistreatment of the Goyim is commanded and acceptable. The term master race is in fact something that the Jewish supremacists use to describe their own race. The Aryan master race is pure projection by the Jews to try to shift blame to the Germans for their own Jewish racism.
הם חיות, הם קרויים בהמות, כתוב. כתוב, אתם קרויים מאוד ואינם קרויים מאוד.
זהו, אבל לא הם בהמות.
נכון, לא כתוב שהם בהמות.
אבל יש לזה הסבר על זה, נכון?
רגע, זה מה שאני רוצה להבין. רגע, שקט. אז מי כתוב? זה מה שאני לא מבין.
כתוב והגויים לא קרויים אדם, זה מה שכתוב.
לא קרויים?
לא קרויים אדם, לא קוראים להם אדם.
אוקיי, אז מה קוראים להם?
אדם זה אדם הוא בן אדם שהוא שונה מהבהמה. אם הבן אדם עושה את מעשה הבהמה, אז הוא כמו הבהמה, מה זה שווה? כל בן אדם צריך לשלוט על עצמו. זה היהודים שולטים על עצמם. היצר אומר להם לעשות דבר והם לא עושים. אז הוא בן אדם.
אוקיי, אבל יש מישהו שהוא לא יהודי, שעושה מה שצריך, הוא בן אדם או לא בן אדם?
צריך לעשות דברים נורמליים, בדרך כלל הם עושים, הם יכולים להרוג אנשים, שלא רואים אותם. יהודי לא יהרוג, יהודי אפילו שלא רואים אותם. אם אחד גוי, כן?
אבל יש יהודים שהורגים יהודים. יש. יגאל עמיר, רבי פופר.
מי שמתנהג כמו יהודי, ודאי יש יהודים שלא מתנהגים.
אוקיי, אבל רגע, מה שאני לא מבין, זה כל הגויים הם איך קוראים? בהמות?
אם אין להם ציווי.
אדם זה על שם אדמל העליון. יכול אדמל האלוקי. אוקיי? זה פירוש אדם. אנחנו הפכנו את זה, זאת אומרת, העם הפך את זה. האדם בן אדם, כמו אתה בן אדם, זה תתנהג כמו בן אדם. אבל עיקרון זה על שם עליון. אדם זה אדמל העליון, מכיוון שאנחנו חיים של אלוקים. אלוק קראנו בני אדם. עכשיו, הגויים מה שהם, כן? אלוקים עשה אותם בשביל שיעשו פה...
בשביל לשרת את היהודים. כל הגויים שאתה רואה שיש בעולם, המיליארדים האלה, הם הכל רק בשביל שהיהודים יהיה להם איזה תועלת.
עכשיו,
אנחנו לא רואים את זה, אנחנו לא יודעים בדיוק.
היות ואנחנו בגלות, אז אוטומטי עדיין הם מאוד לא משרתים אותנו לגמרי, רק חלקית.
כל אחד יהיה לו, כשמשיח יבוא, אז כל אחד יהיה לו אלפים עבדים, 500 עבדים.
בינתיים, המשיח לא כאן, אז איך הם משרתים אותנו?
הם בונים לנו רכבים, דירות, בניינים, הם בונים את לנו, משרתים את היהודים.
So, did Hitler want to take over the world? No. Again, this is just projection by the writers of history. In reality, the same people who accused Hitler of wanting world domination were actually themselves guilty of wanting to take over the world. Churchill, for example, accused Hitler of trying to take over the world at a time when his own country controlled the largest empire in history. The Jewish communists accused Hitler of trying to take over the world when the Communist International, Comintern, had explicitly said that they fought for world domination and had already occupied most of the world's countries through total control of their media, banking, and politics. Hitler, of course, wished for the whole world to adopt nationalism, to defend themselves against the evils of globalism. But he also made it absolutely clear that he did not want to force anyone else to adopt National Socialism. The National Socialists were not Aryan supremacists. They simply wanted to preserve their own race and preserve the true biological diversity in the world and be the leaders of their own nation. In accordance with nature's laws, nothing is more right than the preservation of one's own race. Having pride in and love for your own race and wanting to ensure its survival is not a crime. It is the most natural feeling in the world. No matter what the anti-white media says, true nationalism represents true global diversity. Love of your own race and culture does not mean hatred of other races. The National Socialists believe that every people had the right to preserve their own unique heritage, culture, character, art, literature, music, values, faith, and other characteristics that define them in their own countries. All races have the right to live in peace in their own homelands, free from the threat.
What hat was that? I missed a hat. Did I see a hat? Oh. I missed it because I was trying to look for the keys on my keyboard. Two adverts every bloody time. If I press skip ad, it'll give me another ad.
Globalism and cultural Marxism represent anti-diversity because they want to water us all down, destroy racial identity and the unique distinctions between the divergent races, making us all the same. The melting pot concept that the globalists are promoting for white European nations is in fact anti-true diversity and seeks to eradicate diversity at the same time as deceptively championing. The real racists and supremacists are those in favor of forced mass immigration or miscegenation to destroy a nation's unique individual character, beauty, and culture. People from all over the world united behind Germany. Many people saw straight through the propaganda that was being launched against Hitler in the media. Hundreds of thousands of Slavic, Russians, Arabs, Asian, Indians, blacks, and even Native Americans wore the eagle and the swastika proudly on their breast. The Nuremberg racial laws have been regarded particularly racist as they reduced the rights of the Jews in Germany. The laws also prohibited marriage between Jews and Gentiles. However, Zionists and National Socialists actually cooperated before the war on writing these racial laws. These laws were supported by the Jews themselves, who did not want to mix their blood with Gentiles. Mike Walsh said, "Racially mixed marriages were and are as much anathema to Jews as they were to Hitler." Hitler simply put in Germany first laws. Is it really that bizarre to keep Germany German? Most states in the USA had also enacted laws prohibited marriage between persons of different races at the same time. The Liberian Constitution states that only black people can be citizens. So why aren't anti-racist groups screaming at Liberia? Why is this not front-page news? Well, because no one cares that there is a country only for black people. What about the homogeneous ethno-state Japan, with a Japanese population of 99%? Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, is 100% Muslim.
Sounds a bit low.
Well, about Israel? Is it racist for the Jews to keep Israel Jewish as well? Is it racist for Jews to put Israel first also? Interestingly, Israel would enact much more discriminative racial laws within their own Jewish ethno-state some years later. In Israel, it is illegal for Jews to marry a non-Jew. Palestinians within Israel are granted different rights to Jews. They are not allowed freedom of movement. Their towns receive less government funding than Jewish towns. They receive heavier prison terms than Jews, and they experience employment discrimination as public funding is not equal. Israel has a completely racially based immigration policy and only allows people of biological Jewish descent to immigrate to the nation. Jews are granted citizenship to Israel, but Gentiles are not. A Great Wall was enacted keeping immigrants out of the nation. Israel recognizes less than 1% of the asylum seekers. Jews in America and Europe are 100% united in demanding open borders and immigration reform, but at the same time hypocritically support Israel, which now uses DNA tests on potential immigrants in order to keep the Jewish state racially pure. Israel's law of return immigration policy is directly based upon the National Socialist Nuremberg race laws, which define the Jew as anyone with 2 or more Jewish grandparents. This law of return is not based on religion, but biological Jewish
Yeah, I played
ancestry.
that last
The
night,
racial
Spunkfish.
laws that were criticized in National Socialist Germany by the Jewish community became the national standard of laws in Israel, enacted by the same Jewish community.
Yeah, it's like Robert. Earthquakes, strange. And tsunamis.
Can I ask you some questions? About politically? A little bit. No. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the current conflict. But no, everything's happening. It's all an illusion. Yeah. Wow, that guy is one of the greatest optimists I've ever seen. How you doing? Can I ask you a couple questions? Yeah. So somebody just threw a water balloon at us. And now there's a crowd gathering because they're saying that they're going to chase us away, and they're gathering numbers now. So there's a big flock of people that's going to chase us. Yeah, I'm not. So I'm not allowed to talk to anybody in the country? I'd say we're not very wanted around here. This place is no joke. We were down there just trying to talk to people.
What do you see here? Of majority of people here don't think like them.
Yeah, I think we've found enough peace here today. It's no joke. I'm going to my car. I'm going to my car. Dude. Yeah.
Jewish.
I'm going to my car. There's so many things that are wrong on both sides. If this was solved tomorrow, if suddenly there were 2 states and people were living in peace, would bin Laden go away? I don't think it would happen. But what you're doing is you're taking an argument away. See, this is messed up. There goes my friend. See you.
Often when there is dissent expressed in the United States against policies of the Israeli government, people here are called anti-Semitic. What is your response to that as an Israeli Jew?
Well, it's a trick. We always use it.
Kabbalah preached revolution, said that Jews, as superior beings, were destined to rule the world.
Because the Talmud conspires against Gentiles, if a Jew was ever caught telling a Gentile what the Talmud really says, such a person deserves death.
Yeah, that's it.
Are you an entrepreneur aiming to build a successful product? We will help you with all development stages, from idea validation.
May your grin turn to blood. May your gwyn turn to blood. I'm calling the Mashiach to kill you, sir.
Yeah, I think he did say the Talmud, didn't he? And the Kabbalah. I think he said that at the beginning. Because he showed the Kabbalah symbol, didn't he?
The Jews or die.
A strange version of vampirism, or blood drinking, is still practiced to this day by many rabbis, who suck the blood from the freshly severed foreskin of newborn babies.
This is after the cutting. The mohel does what is called mitzitza. Mitzitza means to suck, and it means doing so with his mouth.
There is a dark matter still
Just
in the world
sick.
today.
Sick.
It is something that is perhaps older than written language itself. Human ritual sacrifice. And it has been something for which Jewish extremists have often been accused of throughout time.
Does everyone else think it's a nice Jewish family? From the outside, you appear to be a nice Jewish girl.
Definitely.
And you all are worshiping the devil inside the home?
Right. There's other Jewish families across the country. It's not just my own family.
Really? So when you were brought up in this kind of evilness, did you just think it was normal?
Like if you grow up with something, you think it's normal.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought.
So what kinds of things? You don't have to give us the gory details, but what kinds of things went on in the family?
Well, there would be rituals in which babies would be sacrificed.
According to various rabbinic opinions, it would be seemingly permissible to kill children.
Understandably, since it's not an everyday topic, many people are highly skeptical of this bizarre accusation that has burdened the Jewish people for at least 2,000 years. Many people do not like to even think about the topic, believing it to be just pure, unadulterated, anti-Jewish propaganda. And likewise, the Jews themselves are quick to say that such claims are lies, which have been handed down through the centuries. However, there are two sides to this issue. An in-depth and fair examination will make most skeptics into true believers.
So vile was the nature of a Gentile that the great Simeon ben Yohai said, "The best among the Gentiles deserves to be killed. The best among the Gentiles deserves to be killed."
Professor Dr. Walter Gross, director of the Racial Policy Office of the NSDAP, said, "We do not say that one race is superior to another, but we do say that there is a difference between the various races of the world." He also clarified in an article, "Most open to misinterpretation are National Socialist views on the relations between the various races of the world. It has been questioned whether the fundamental racial principles of the New World theory must not breed condescension, even contempt of people of different race. Quite the contrary, these very principles offer the very best guarantee for mutual tolerance and for the peaceful cooperation of all. We appreciate the fact that those of another race are different from us. This scientific truth is the basis, the justification, and at the same time, the obligation of every racial policy without which a restoration of Europe in our day is no longer practicable. Whether that other race is better or worse is not possible for us to judge. The racial principles of National Socialism are therefore the surest guarantee for respecting the integrity of other nations. National Socialist demand is only that the claims of the blood and the laws of biology should be more closely observed in the future. We do not wish our people to intermarry with those of alien race, since through such mingling of blood, the best and characteristic qualities of both races are lost. But we will always have a ready welcome for any guests who wish to visit us, whether of kindred or foreign civilization, and our racial views only lead us to a fuller appreciation of their essential peculiarities, in the same way as we would want our own peculiarities respected. If all nations would follow the policies formulated by Dr. Walter Gross, the world would consist of free, independent, and homogeneous states, which would not be easily controlled by the global elite. Leon de Grelle explained eloquently, German racialism has been deliberately distorted. It never was anti-other race racialism. It was a pro-German racialism. It was concerned with making the German race strong and healthy in every way. Hitler was not interested in having millions of degenerates if it was his power not to have them. Today one finds rampant alcohol and drug addiction everywhere. Hitler cared that the German families be healthy, cared that they raise healthy children for the renewal of a healthy nation. German racialism meant rediscovering the creative values of their own race, rediscovering their culture. It was a search for excellence, a noble idea. National Socialist racialism was not against the other races. It was for its own race. It aimed at defending and improving its race, and wished that all other races did the same for themselves. National Socialist racialism was loyal to the German race and totally respected all other races. Savitri Devi was a teacher, author, and political activist. She was a prominent proponent of animal rights, deep ecology, and National Socialism. She served the Axis cause during World War II by spying on Allied forces in India. She believed that Hitler was a sacrifice for humanity, and she had this to say about race. Respect a man of noble races other than your own, who carries out in a different place a combat parallel to yours, to ours. He is your ally. He is our ally, be he at the other end of the world. I am for a multiracial world in which each race keeps to itself in harmony with other races. Like in a garden, you have flower beds of roses and flower beds of carnations and irises and different other flowers. They don't intermarry, they stay separate, and each one has its beauty. From all parts of the world, many volunteers rushed to help their German brothers in defense of Europe. The German army was in fact the most religiously diverse and largest multiracial fighting force in human history. Volunteers from the following countries joined Germany and fought for the Third Reich: Albania, Australia, Armenia, Argentina, Azerbaijan, Belgium, Bulgaria, Bosnia-Herzegovina, China, Canada, Croatia, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Greece, Georgia, Hungary, India, Indonesia, Iceland, Ireland, Iran, Iraq, Italy, Korea, Latvia, Libya, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Lebanon, Netherlands, North Africa, South Africa, Norway, Poland, Palestine.
Are you an entrepreneur aiming to build a successful product?
Could be another bugger, isn't there?
Palestine, Portugal, Romania, Serbia and Montenegro, Slovakia, Syria, Slovenia, Spain, Russia, Sweden, Switzerland, United Kingdom, Ukraine, Turkey, USA, and Egypt. I promise you, I'm quite free from all racial hatred. It is in any case undesirable that one race should mix with another. Pride in one's own race, and that does not imply contempt for other races, is also a normal and healthy sentiment. I have never regarded the Chinese or the Japanese as being inferior to ourselves. They belong to ancient civilizations, and I admit freely that their past history is superior to our own. They had the right to be proud of their past, just as we had the right to be proud of the civilization to which we belong. Indeed, I believe the more steadfast the Chinese and the Japanese remain in their pride of their race, the easier I shall find it to get on with them. Although Germany wanted to keep Germany German, visiting people of other races were of course welcome. African-American Olympian athlete Jesse Owens had been warned before the Olympics that the racist German crowd might be hostile and yell insults. Instead, the crowd gave him several thunderous ovations. Owens later remarked that he had received the best ovations of his career at the Berlin Olympics. After winning 4 gold medals at the 1936 Olympics in Berlin, Owens was not recognized or invited to the White House by either American Presidents Franklin D. Roosevelt or his successor Harry S. Truman. Instead, it was Hitler who gave Owens a special commemorative gift. Anti-German propaganda claimed that a furious Hitler had ignored 4-time Olympic gold medalist Jesse Owens. However, in his 1970 autobiography, Owens himself wrote, "When I passed the chancellor, he rose, waved his hand at me, and I waved back at him. I think the writer showed bad taste in criticizing the man of the hour in Germany. Hitler did not snub me. It was Roosevelt who snubbed me. The president did not even send me a telegram." Jesse Owens said on numerous occasions that he was actually treated better in Nazi Germany than in segregated America. In America, Owens had trouble walking down the streets without getting harassed by racists. In Germany, Owens had trouble walking down the streets because the Germans kept stopping him to shake hands and congratulate him. Owens had only positive things to say about National Socialist Germany. One of the famous American Tuskegee Airmen, Alexander Jefferson, wrote a book called Red Tail Captured, Red Tail Free, where he talked about being a second-class citizen in his own country. He was shut down and put into a German POW camp, where he, for the first time in his life, wasn't segregated from the white troops. He recalls the incredible irony of finally being freed and returning home, and no sooner did he walk off the ship when he was told, "Whites to the right, niggers to the left." The black historian and sociologist W.E.B. Du Bois visited National Socialist Germany in 1936. He related that he received more respect from the German academics than from his white college back in America. He was treated like a human being in Germany and stated, "The National Socialists did not show any trace of racial hatred toward blacks." The American diplomat and author Lawrence Dennis, who was biracial, born to a black mother and white father, also visited National Socialist Germany. Like Du Bois and other blacks who visited, he was treated warmly and like a human being for one of the first times in his life. He met and had discussions with Adolf Hitler himself. Dennis even attended the Nuremberg rallies. He was so impressed with Adolf Hitler's Germany that he thought National Socialism could save the United States as well. Contrary to what we've been taught by the victor's propaganda, Hitler did not hate all Jews. Hitler's Jewish doctor, Edward Bloch, who also had treated his cancer-stricken mother, was protected by the SS. On Hitler's order, Bloch was given special protection. Hitler called him an edel Jude, noble Jew. Hitler said, "I have nothing against the Jews themselves, But the Jews are all communists, and these are my
That's right,
enemies.
Spunkface.
It is these I am fighting. All Jews stick together like burrs. It is up to the Jews themselves to draw a dividing line between these different
It
kinds.
was
But they
Western
have not done that,
propaganda that
and
put the
therefore I
Nazis.
must proceed uniformly against all Jews. Philip Friedman stipulated the Third Reich treated Christianized Jews preferentially. The National Socialist Third Reich carefully distinguished between Talmudic and Christianized Jews. One of Hitler's closest comrades from the earliest days of the movement was Emil Maurice, who was Jewish. Maurice also was Hitler's one-time Schaffer, bodyguard, and permanent companion for many years. Hitler regularly attended concerts, and one of his favorite composers was Gustav Mahler, who was Jewish. The opera composer Franz Lehár was married to a Jewess, but he was the recipient to Hitler's highest musical award. Over 800 Jews lived openly with synagogue services in a Jewish hospital in Berlin during the war. In early 1938, 10% of the practicing lawyers in Germany were Jews. Jewish doctors and dentists were still participating in the German state compulsory insurance program, Ortskrankenkasse. 680,000 Jews were still living in the Third Reich by 1939. With Hitler's knowledge and approval, as many as 150,000 soldiers with Jewish blood served in the German military, including decorated veterans and high-ranking officers, even generals and admirals. Brian Mark Rigg, history professor at the American Military University in Virginia, said that these issues of soldiers of Jewish descent was long a somewhat taboo subject, overlooked by most academics. Many senior officers with Jewish ancestry even won special permission to serve from Hitler himself. Brian traced the Jewish ancestry of more than 1,200 of Hitler's soldiers, including 2 field marshals, 15 generals, 2 full generals, 8 lieutenant generals, 5 major generals commanding up to 100,000 troops. 20 Jews won the Reich's highest military honor, the Knight's Cross. Jews also served in the National Socialist Police and security forces as ghetto police, Ordnungsdienst, and concentration camp guards, capos. History is actually not so black and white. Many brave and German-friendly men with Jewish blood fought shoulder to shoulder with Germany against the Jewish Bolshevism. Most notably, former Chancellor and Luftwaffe General Helmut Schmidt and Luftwaffe Field Marshal.
Help! Help! Help!
Despite his Jewish heritage, Werner Goldberg appeared in the Berliner Tageblatt as the ideal German soldier, and his image was later used in recruitment posters for the Wehrmacht. Every German soldier received a copy of the German Soldier's 10 Commandments and was expected to follow them to the letter or face serious punishment. The only exception to these rules of conduct was in dealing with the murderous communist partisans who refused to recognize rules of warfare. For this reason, non-uniformed partisan prisoners who refused to surrender were sometimes hanged or shot as war criminals, not as legitimate POWs.
One physical subject, one material subject that we should focus on, in my opinion, it is very clear that the head of the snake is the financial system. The whole point of finance is to indebt, otherwise to enslave. What is a mortgage? I mean, what does that stand for? It's a death grip. So when you get a mortgage, you have a death grip held over you because you are in debt. You don't even own the house. The bank owns the house that loaned you the money to buy the house, unless you're fortunate enough to have all the money to buy it outright. And even then, you can be taxed by the government. And if you fail to keep up with those taxes, the government can then take it from you. The whole system is based on a financial fraud, which effectively takes the power that we have and it gives it to a tiny group of individuals who are running the world through the control of finance. With the infinite supply of money that we have allowed them to take, they have literally an infinite supply of money. And with that money, and from their psychopathic point of view, they have bought everything and everyone who can be bought. So those of us who cannot be bought because we operate on a level that goes way beyond the material, we are not rewarded.
That's right, Spunkfish. All right, no worries, Duck Raver. I'm going to run this one again. Explaining the monetary system, etc. And some people missed it last night.
Rewarded for such behavior, we are punished for such behavior. And the most slovenly, disgustingly criminal, pedophilia, corrupt moral individuals, those are the ones that are rewarded in this system, which is upside down. We reward the pedophiles, we reward the corrupt, we reward the liars, we reward the people with no morals at all.
In the middle of the 19th century, Moses Hess formulated the first written principles of communism. In 1862, Hess, or the communist rabbi as he was called, wrote the book Rome and Jerusalem, in which he laid the foundations for a Jewish nationalist movement called Zionism. In the book, he called on the Jewish people to become separatists and to prepare for the creation of a future homogeneous Jewish ethno-state. Palestine would be occupied by the Jewish people, but the big problem was Palestine was at this time 90 to 95% Arab. Hess argued that international Jewish bankers would help in this realization of stealing the land of the Palestinians. Hess suggested in his book that one last race and class struggle would be developed between the Aryans and the Semites. In this fight, Hess predicted that the Jews would stand as winners and the Aryans as losers. The Jews would stand superior over all other peoples. And because Jews had preserved their racial purity over the centuries, it would give them a leading role in the world. Hess essentially promoted eugenics and racial hygiene for the Jews and talked about a future Jewish ethno-state. He also referred to Christianity as the religion of death. Fascinatingly, he predicted a future war in Europe, with Germany, Italy, and Austria involved as a part of a race struggle. Moses Hess was also a close friend and collaborator of the two Jews, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, which he converted to communism and assisted them in their work with the Communist Manifesto in 1948. This proves that socialism, Marxism, communism, and Zionism in fact share the same roots. Although they travel different paths, they have the same common goal: domination of the world. Both work and plan for the day when the chosen race shall inherit the earth. Karl Marx, real name Moses Mordecai Levy, was descended from a long line of famous rabbis who were so-called Talmudic scholars. Marx's grandfather was a rabbi by the name of Mordecai. In fact, his grandparents were related to the Jewish Rothschild family.
And you had James Patrick Madonna coming in and contradicting me earlier on, telling me that Karl Marx wasn't a Jew. And you're right, Robert. This is why we need to preserve the future.
Through marriage, Rothschild would also partially fund Karl Marx, who will be remembered as the Jewish father of communism. Le Droit de Vivre, May 12, 1936, stated that Jewry is the mother of Marxism. The Communist Manifesto laid out the ideology of communism. Its key points include a central bank with monopoly on credit, abolition of countries and nationalities, abolition of the traditional family consisting of a man, a woman, and children, abolition of private property, which means no rights for the people, to make it impossible for people to earn a livelihood.
You will own nothing and be happy.
Taxation, confiscation of property, abolition of the right of inheritance, a communist state, a communist monopoly on credit and banking, the media in total control of the communists. Women should not focus on family and
Catch you
children.
later, Doc.
In their own words,
Have a
communism
good
wants
one.
to do away with the status of women as mere instrument of production. Abolition of Christianity and morality.
He did, didn't he?
Marx refers to this totalitarian regime as dictatorship of the proletariat, and his cult followers promote violence, class envy, hostility towards free markets, family, business, tradition, and Christianity. Today, they are instrumental in the destabilization of Europe.
Oi, oi, Alpha.
Marx also openly encouraged genocide against Slavs, referring to them as racial trash and that they must perish in a revolutionary Holocaust. In his 1920 article, Zionism versus Bolshevism, a struggle for the soul of the Jewish people, Winston Churchill stated his belief that international Jews were seeking a worldwide communist state under Jewish domination. The international Jews would use communism and Zionism to accomplish this. As a first step towards establishing Israel, Hezekiah Niles described in Niles' Weekly Register article that the Rothschilds had purchased Jerusalem in 1829.
Rothschild helped found Israel, and Rothschild has always been the backer of Israel. Whatever Rothschild wants, he gets. It is believed that he is the richest man in the world, and I have little doubt of that.
In 1897, the first Zionist Congress was held in Basel, Switzerland, and was chaired by Theodor Herzl. Jewish delegates from across Europe agreed that Palestine should be given to them. Prior to his death in 1904, Herzl predicted that a world...
He's gorgeous.
What are you saying? What for, Mark? I don't understand. I must have said something you never heard what I said. That bloody gerbil gets everywhere, it does. £1.89 million we just spent on a silly stone for London for the Holocaust. Yeah, it's all your fault,
and
Gerbil.
that he will go down in history as the father of the Jewish state. For Herzl's dream to come true, European military powers would have to be manipulated and used into taking Palestine away from the Ottomans by force. In the German newspaper Deutsche Zeitung, Herzl wrote, "The wealthy Jews rule the world. The fate of the governments lies in their hands. They start wars between countries, and when they wish, the governments make peace. When the wealthy Jews sing, the nations and their leaders dance along. And meanwhile, the Jews get richer." Communism was devoted to abolish private property in order to concentrate all wealth and power in the hands of the global central banking cabal. Around 250 years ago, in 1760, Mayor Amschel Rothschild created the House of Rothschild that paved the way for international banking and control of the world's resources.
Yeah, that's right, Mark, he did.
Money is power. Money is the only weapon that the Jew has to defend himself with.
Meyer Amschel Bauer, born in Frankfurt, Germany in 1744, was a moneylender and a goldsmith on Jew Street, whose shop had a sign out front with a red hexagram on it. Eventually, he would change his name to Rothschild, which is German for red sign. Rothschild soon learned that loaning money to governments and kings was more profitable than loaning money to private individuals. Not only were the loans bigger, but they were secured by the nation's taxes. Meyer Rothschild had 5 sons whom he trained in the skills of money creation and sent out to the major capitals of Europe to open branches of the family banking business.
You are 5 brothers. I want you each to start a banking business in a different country. One to go and open a house in Paris, one in Vienna, one in London. Choose the most important centers, so that when money is to be sent from here to London, let us say, you won't have to risk life and gold and shame here in Frankfurt. We'll just send a letter to Nathan in London saying, pay so-and-so, and that will be offset by loans from London.
Yeah, spawn fish.
Understand? Yes. In your day, there will be many wars in Europe. And nations that have money to transport will come to the Rothschilds because it will be safe. Our 5 banking houses may cover Europe, but you will be one firm, one family, the Rothschilds, who work always together. That will be your power.
Just how rich and powerful is Lord Evelyn Rothschild? Historically, the Rothschild family wealth was hidden in underground vaults. The Rothschild secret financial records were never audited and never accounted for. Their family commissioned biographies give the illusion that their family fortune has dwindled, but researchers estimate their wealth at close to $500 trillion, more than half the wealth of the entire world. Besides their many castles, palace mansions, wineries, racehorses, and exotic resorts, the Rothschilds bought Reuters in the 1800s. Reuters then bought the Associated Press, which selects and delivers the same news stories to the entire world, day after day. They have controlling interest in 3 major television networks and easily avoid media attention since they own it. Until recently, they owned and operated England's Royal Mint and continue to be the gold agent for the Bank of England, which they also direct. They control the LBMA, London Bullion Market Association, where 30 to 42 million ounces of gold worth over $11 billion are traded daily. The Rothschilds earn millions weekly just on transaction fees alone. They also fix the world price of gold on a daily basis and profit from its ups and downs. Over the centuries, the Rothschilds have amassed trillions of dollars worth of gold bullion in their subterranean vaults and have cornered the world's gold supply. They own controlling interest in the world's largest oil company, Royal Dutch Shell. They operate phony charities and offshore banking services where the wealth of the black nobility in the Vatican is hidden in secret accounts at Rothschild Swiss banks, trusts, and holding companies. Although Evelyn Rothschild looks like a harmless gray-haired old man, make no mistake about it, Rothschild and his ancestors have handpicked presidents, crashed stock markets, bankrupted nations, orchestrated wars, and sponsored the mass murder and impoverishment of millions. The wealth hoarded by this one family alone could feed, clothe, and shelter every human being on earth.
The Rothschilds is the head of the snake. Within the city of London, there is a 1 mile square that is referred to as the City. This is the headquarters of the Jewish family Rothschild's banking dynasty that owns the money supply through the central banks of almost every nation on earth. In November 1910, 7 of the world's richest Jewish men held a secret meeting on Jekyll Island just off the coast of Georgia to establish a central bank, which they called the Federal Reserve Bank. These men were Nelson Aldrich and Frank Vanderlip, both representing the Rockefeller financial empire, Henry Davidson, Charles Norton, and Benjamin Strong, representing J.P. Morgan, and Paul Warburg, representing the Rothschild banking dynasty of Europe. There were some powerful men who made it abundantly clear that they were not in favor of the Federal Reserve System. Their total wealth today would be worth nearly $11 billion.
Be getting to your bit in a minute, Spunkfish.
Isidor Strauss, and Jacob Astor. Unfortunately, all of them were on board Titanic when it sank to the depths of the sea. All 3 died that night. By April 1912, all opposition
Jackal
to the
Island's
Federal
got
Reserve
some
had
weird
been
things
eliminated.
going on it, and
On December 23, 1913, after many senators and congressmen had left town for Christmas, the President Wilson signed a bill, and the privately owned Federal Reserve System came into being in the United States. After Woodrow Wilson had signed the Federal Reserve Act, which gave private interests control over economic power in 1913, he said, "I am a most unhappy man. I've unwittingly ruined my country. A great industrial nation is now controlled by its system of credit. Our system of credit is concentrated. The growth of the nation, therefore, and all our activities are in the hands of few men. We have come to be one of the worst ruled, one of the most completely controlled and dominated governments in the civilized world. No longer a government by free opinion, no longer a government by conviction and the vote of the majority."
Oh, that bloody gerbil. Yeah, and the square don't share is protected by the devil in it, or protected by the, what do they call it? The dragons. Or is it lizard people?
Jewish bankers and their rabbis actually celebrated the passage of the Federal Reserve Act in 1913. After the Federal Reserve was up and running, Charles August Lindbergh added, "The financial system has been turned over to the Federal Reserve Board. The system is private, conducted for the sole purpose of obtaining the greatest possible profits for the use of other people's money." The Federal Reserve System was neither federal, nor does it contain reserves, and nor is it a part of a decentralized system.
Greenback.
The adoption of the debt-based financial system preached by Marx in the Communist Manifesto had been accomplished. The current
Greenback
banking
dollar
system,
for
fractional reserve banking, enables privately owned banks to create money out of thin air. Money today is simply numbers in a computer system, with only about 3% existing as physical currency. Through its control and monopoly of our money, the elite that own the Federal Reserve now have total control over other banks, corporations, money, and politicians. The Fed system is designed to enslave us to never-ending debt and to fool us to believe that our money has any real value, when it is in fact worthless, created out of thin air, based on debt, and backed by nothing. It must enslave humanity to protect its monopoly over credit. Its money-creating tricks enabled Big Brother government to borrow endless money from the Fed. The Fed were now controlled by the Jews Rothschild, Warburg, and Schiff. Every Federal Reserve chairman since 1980 has been Jewish: Burns, Volcker, Greenspan, Bernanke, and Yellen. The House of Rothschild owns 57% of the stock of the privately held Federal Reserve Bank.
What is the proper relationship? What should be the proper relationship between a chairman of the Fed and a president of the United States?
Well, first of all, the Federal Reserve is an independent agency, and that means basically that there is no other agency of government which can overrule actions that we take.
The Jew Harold Wallace Rosenthal explained, "Our power has been created through the manipulation of the national monetary system. The Federal Reserve System fitted our plan nicely since it is owned by us, but the name implies that it's a government institution. From the very outset, our purpose was to confiscate all the gold and silver, replacing them with worthless, non-redeemable paper notes. We Jews had put issue upon issue to the American people. Then we promote both sides of the issue as confusion reigns. With their eyes fixed on the issue, they fail to see who is behind every scene. We Jews glory in the fact that the stupid Goy have never realized that we are the parasites consuming an increasing portion of production, while the producers are continually receiving less and less." We have to understand that one of the most powerful tools the globalists have for profit and control is war. The most lucrative thing that can happen for the international bankers and the globalists is war, for it forces the country to borrow even more money from the Federal Reserve Bank at interest. Wall Street had successfully been occupied. The next goal for the elite was to finish off Christian Russia and from there launch an invasion of the rest of Europe. According to the State Department's documents, a group of Jews, including Jacob Schiff, Felix Warburg, Otto Kahn, Mortimer Schiff, Isaac Salomon, already planned the overthrow of the Russian Tsar in 1916. They decided that Russia should be destroyed and a communist slave regime would be implemented. The fact that we will never learn in school is that communism actually was a Jewish totalitarian ideology invented by Jews, funded by Jewish bankers, and economically manifested by Jewish Bolsheviks as Vladimir Lenin, Trotsky, Kaganovich, Yagoda. The family of Tsar Nicholas II, his wife Alexandra, his daughters Olga, Tatiana, Maria, Anastasia, and his son and successor Alexei were devout Orthodox Christians. They exemplified everything that was precious in a traditional family. As a boy, Tsar Nicholas II had witnessed the assassination of the Tsar Alexander II by the Jewish terrorist Vera Figner, leader of a terrorist group called the People's Will. Tensions between the Jews and the Christian Russians started. Nicholas' great tragic mistake was in failing to execute the communists before it was too late after a failed 1905 revolution. Now, his kindness would return to haunt him and his family. The Bolsheviks forced the Tsar to abdicate. The Jew Alexander Kerensky was given $1 million from the Jewish Wall Street banker Jacob Schiff to immediately free all political prisoners and lift the ban on political exiles to permit them to return to Russia. Revolutionaries quickly flooded into any and all public offices. Anarchy began as criminals plundered houses and people were murdered and robbed. Jacob Schiff was chairman of the Kula Bank and an assistant of the Jewish Rothschilds. He took care of the contacts between the revolutionary movement in Russia and the Jewish Masonic order B'nai B'rith. On March 27, 1917, the Jews Jacob Schiff and Max Warburg sent Lev Davido Bronstein, better known as Trotsky, and his group of Jewish communists off to Russia to lead a Jewish revolution with no less than $20 million in gold, today worth billions. Some 90,000 exiles, mostly Jews and Freemasons, returned from all over the world to infiltrate Russia. Most of them changed their Jewish names to blend into the European society better. Another banker who financed the revolution was the Swedish Jew Olof Aschberg of the Nya Bank in Stockholm. Olof's grandson, Robert Aschberg, is a former member of the Swedish Communist Party and today leader of the Zionist anti-white organization called Expo in Sweden. Trotsky recruited Russian Jews from the immigrant population of the Lower East Side of Manhattan and trained them as armed revolutionaries. Lenin, Marto, Radek, and Kamenev returned from Switzerland. Stalin, Sverdlov, and Simonyev returned from Siberia. The Jewish chairman of the Central Executive Committee, Jacob Sverdlov, sent a message to the Jew Jacob Jurovsky, head of the Loka Cheka, where he communicated that he had received orders from Jacob Schiff to eliminate the Tsar and his entire family. Sverdlov ordered Jurovsky to carry out this order. In the spring of 19...
No gerbil this time.
Help! Help!
Taken to Ekaterinburg in the Urals, where Jacob Jurovsky was given the mission to imprison, plan, and assassinate the imperial family. Jurovsky brought the Tsar Nicholas and his family to a house that previously had belonged to a wealthy Jewish merchant named Ipatiev. Nicholas' imperial family was abruptly woken in the middle of the night on July 17, 1918, when the Jurovsky told the imperial family to dress and then brought them to the basement. They were told that they were going to pose for a group photograph, but the Jewish assassins, Jurovsky, Nikolin, Yermakov, and Vaganov, had other plans in mind. Seconds later, Jurovsky then pulled out his revolver and aimed it straight at the Tsar's head and fired. Nicholas died instantly. Next, he shot Tsarina Alexandra as she made the sign of the cross. Olga, Tatiana, Maria, and Anastasia were shot next. The daughters were stabbed to death after the initial gunfire had failed to kill them. Their doctor and 3 servants were also murdered in cold blood. Items that were related to the imperial family were burned and destroyed. Nothing was saved of the family. Even their dogs were slaughtered. News of the brutal murder of the Romanovs would send shockwaves throughout Russia and all of Europe. To some Jews, though, the slaughter of the Romanov family was treasured as a Jewish ritual murder. In selected Jewish-owned shops, they sold greeting cards with images that were unavailable for Gentiles. The postcards carried the image of the Tzaddik. This is an image of a rabbinical Jew with the Torah in his hand and a white foal in the other. The head of the depicted foal is clearly shown to be the Imperial Russian Tsar Nicholas II. Below this image is the inscription in Hebrew. This
it's crazy.
is a sacrificial animal, so is my cleansing.
I'll just pause it there. Yeah, it's crazy, and it's Punkfish. Drama sells. Truth doesn't. You know that. You know, people aren't interested in truth, or most people aren't. They just want to listen to drama and not what's going on around them, or what's going on around them, or what's causing things in the world now. What's causing our immigration? What's causing dilution? What's causing our government to be so shite and getting involved in loads of things and being puppets, but they'll call me a puppet. They say I work for Zara, or I work for Joe. Craziness, crazy. But hey ho, have a good one, Spunky.
It will be my replacement in cleansing the victim. A bloody civil war between the Red Jews, led by Trotsky, and the White Christians, led by Admiral Kolchak, broke out before the Jews could grab full power of the Soviet powerhouse to set up their own Bolshevik totalitarian system. David R. Francis, U.S. ambassador to Russia, said in January 1918, "The Bolshevik leaders here in Russia, most of whom are Jews and 90% of whom are returned exiles, care little for Russia or any other country, but are internationalists, and they're trying to start a worldwide social revolution." The Jewish role in the Communist Revolution was mentioned in many major Jewish publications, such as the Jewish Encyclopedia and the Universal Jewish Encyclopedia and the Encyclopaedia Judaica. In fact, they are boasting about the essential role of the Jews in the Russian Revolution. The Jewish Chronicle said, "There is much in the fact of Bolshevism itself, in the fact that so many Jews are Bolshevists, in the fact that the ideals of Bolshevism at many points are consonant with the finest ideals of Judaism." Of the 22 ministers in the first Soviet government, 17 were Jews. The few who were not themselves Jewish often were Freemasons, had Jewish wives, and spoke Yiddish. We can't know for sure if Stalin was Jewish, but at least he spoke Yiddish and had 3 Jewish wives. Some historians claim that Stalin was Georgian, and some say that he was a Georgian Jew. Los Angeles B'nai B'rith Messenger, for example, stated that Stalin was a Jew. Stalin's real name was Losif Vissarionovich Zhugashvili. The Jewish writer Moritz Steinschneider invented the term anti-Semitic in 1860. The term would be used to silence all those that dared to expose Jewish crimes. Because of the predominantly Jewish character of the regime, the very first piece of legislation approved by the communist regime was the Anti-Semitism Act in 1917. Anti-Semitism was made a capital crime. An anti-communist was regarded as an anti-Semite. Leon Trotsky also started using the word racist to browbeat all dissenters of the communist ideology and to render debate impossible. These words are used still to this day to bully any politically incorrect person into silence. Even more now than ever, they're trying to make it punishable to question or criticize their actions by calling it hate speech, fake news, or anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitism is used as a great blockade. When somebody's called an anti-Semite, it's usually because they've asked some question or made some comment about Jewish behavior in some way, shape, or form. And because Jews don't want to discuss that behavior, they call you an anti-Semite for daring to question that Jews do anything bad ever. That's really why it is used. Anytime you say something about Jews, Zionists, Israel, anything with a tangent to Jews that is in a negative light, you're going to be called an anti-Semite by the Jews, because this is the defense mechanism that they use to cover up their crimes and to prevent analysis of the criminal action that has happened, which so very often leads to a Jewish perpetrator. The Jewish philosophy is, how did Franz Seiler describe it the other day? It is an excuse to commit crimes. That's all it is. You put all your morals aside and you can do anything. That's the Jewish philosophy. And of course, the other part of it, for the people who actually are Jewish and following the dictates of the Talmud, believe that they are better than everybody else, and they act accordingly. And we see the horror in the world that is generated by that insanity.
You must understand, the leading Bolsheviks who took over Russia were not Russians. They hated Russians. They hated Christians. Driven by ethnic hatred, they tortured and slaughtered millions of Russians without a shred of human remorse. The October Revolution was not what you call in America the Russian Revolution. It was an invasion and conquest over the Russian people. More of my countrymen suffered horrific crimes at the blood-stained hands than any people or nation ever suffered in the entirety of human history. It cannot be understated. Bolshevism was the greatest human slaughter of all time. The fact that most of the world is ignorant of this reality is proof that the global media itself is in the hands of the perpetrators. We cannot state that all Jews are Bolsheviks, but without Jews, there would be no Bolshevism. For a Jew, nothing is more insulting than the truth. The blood-mad Jewish terrorists murdered 66 million in Russia from
Yeah, 66 million. And they think there was a Holocaust. Something they created themselves. It shows further on, because you missed this last night, didn't you, SR?
1957. Alexander Solzhenitsyn, Nobel Prize-winning novelist, historian, and victim of Jewish Bolshevism. The Jewish Bolsheviks implemented a policy known as collectivization. By collectivization, they could take away the peasants' land in the name of the state. This was what Marx himself described as the essence of communism, to abolish private property. In early 1930, over 91% of the agricultural land was collectivized. The communists were taking every good from the peasants. All weapons of the civilians were also confiscated by the state.
He ordered NKVD to confiscate all grain, all food from these areas. By doing that, he knew he's condemning them to death.
Картошку, свеклу, капусту, соленая капуста в бочке, с бочкою. Туда забираешь, садить же нужно. Нужно посадочку, никто не собрать. Все.
During the periods of 1921 to 1922, 1932 to 1933, and 1946 to 1947, the Jewish Bolshevik regime deliberately mechanized 3 series of genocidal man-made famines aimed at starving farmers in Ukraine, Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Russia. Millions died a slow death, and people resorted to eating grass, and some even to cannibalism. This real Holocaust is today referred to as the Holodomor. Encyclopedia Britannica estimates around 8 million people, 5 million of them Ukrainian, were starved to death by the Stalin-Kaganovich famine alone. And the 3 Holodomor genocides together resulted in a death toll of 16.5 million. Russian historian Alexander Solzhenitsyn estimated that between 1917 to 1958, the Jewish Bolshevik regime managed to exterminate up towards 60 million Europeans, including victims of the forced collectivization, the hunger, large purges, expulsions, banishment, executions, and mass deaths at gulags. Industrial-scale murders like these are an essential part of communist theory. With these famines, Lenin, Stalin, Kaganovich, and all their Jewish agents destroyed any remaining resistance to the communists. An order from Lenin and Trotsky, the Red Terror was first announced by the Jew Yakov Sverdlov. Lenin stipulated that 3/4 of mankind may die, if necessary, to ensure the other quarter for communism. Lenin even outlined the purpose for the famines by stating, destroying the peasant economy and driving the peasant from the country to the town, the famine creates a proletariat. Lenin also regarded Europeans as animals. It is precisely now, and only now, when in the starving regions people are eating human flesh, and hundreds if not thousands of corpses are littering the roads, that we can, and therefore must, carry out the confiscation of church valuables with the most savage and merciless energy, not stopping short of crushing any resistance. He continued, the greater the number of representatives of the reactionary clergy and reactionary bourgeoisie we succeed in executing for this reason, the better. Leon Trotsky said, we must turn Russia into a desert populated by white Negroes, upon whom we shall impose a tyranny such as the most terrible Eastern despots never dreamt of. The only difference is that this will be a left-wing tyranny, not a right-wing tyranny. It will be a red tyranny and not a white one. We mean the word red, literally, because we shall shed such floods of blood as we will make all the human losses suffered in the capitalist wars pale by comparison. The biggest bankers across the ocean will work in the closest possible contact with us. If we win the revolution, we shall establish the power of Zionism upon the wreckage of the revolution's funeral, and we shall become a power before which the whole world will sink to its knees. We shall know what real power is, by means of terror and bloodbaths. We shall reduce the Russian intelligentsia to a state of complete stupefaction and animal existence. Mass arrest in the middle of the night, kidnapping, executions, and brutal tactics and torture took place. The communist plan was to use psychological warfare, torture, and terror to intimidate their white
and the
enemies
Targums, Alpha.
Gendrich Yagoda was a Jewish secret police official
Mishnah,
who served as the director of the NKVD. A major Israeli publication, Ynet News, revealed the truth about Yagoda, saying, we must not forget that some of the greatest mass murders of all time were Jewish. It goes on, Gendrich Yagoda was the greatest Jewish murderer of the 20th century. He is responsible for the deaths of at least 10 million people. The Jewish Checkout was a secret police force created through the NKVD, later KGB, on December 20, 1917, by the Jew Vladimir Lenin, and was consequently led by the Jew Felix Dzerzhinsky. Jews made up nearly 80% of the rank and file Cheka agents, reports Bruce Lincoln, an American professor of Russian history. The Cheka rounded up Christians and all those who did not support the Jewish Bolshevik government. The Cheka practiced torture methods including skinning victims alive, scalping, croning with barbed wire, crucifixion, hanging, stoning to death. Women and children were also victims of the terror. They would sometimes be tortured and raped before being shot. Children between the ages of 8 to 13 were imprisoned and executed. With hot irons, the Bolsheviks tortured those prisoners who were caught. Some victims were actually sliced to pieces, bit by bit, while others were branded with hot irons, their eyes poked out to induce unbearable pain. Burning coals were inserted into women's genitals. Often in views of victims' family members, prisoners were publicly hanged. Communists in Kharkov placed their victims in a row and nailed their hands to a table, cut around their wrist with a knife, poured boiling water over the hands, and pulled off the skin. They poked
This is the sound of creation, fantastic.
ears and noses. Victims were submerged in boiling ore or tar. Victims were dosed with petrol and burned alive.
Lazar Kaganovich was the Jewish head of the KGB and was well known for his purges of those who opposed Jewish control. It is argued that Stalin, whose second wife was Kaganovich's sister, was a mere figurehead. Some believe that the numerous Jews below Stalin in all significant positions ran the show. As proof, some point out that many of the churches were burnt to the ground, while the synagogues were left standing. Many priests were forced to sweep the streets and others were murdered. The Jewish Soviet leaders held rabbis in high esteem, and those people who dared to criticize the Jewish supremacy were mercilessly murdered as anti-Semitism became a crime punishable by death in the Soviet Union.
The Jew Kaganovich ordered the deaths of millions and the total destruction of Christian monuments and churches. Among these victims were bishops, professors, doctors, policemen, officers, lawyers, civil servants, journalists, writers, artists, nurses, workers, and farmers. The most intelligent and the highest achieving segment of the population was totally wiped out, which left a population of ignorant workers, peasants, and a powerful Jewish ruling elite. Lenin said, "We must hate. Hatred is the basis of communism. Children must be taught to hate their parents if they're not communists." From the American Hebrew of September 8, 1920. The Bolshevik Revolution in Russia was the work of Jewish brains, of Jewish dissatisfaction, of Jewish planning, whose goal is to create a new order in the world. What was performed in so excellent a way in Russia, thanks to Jewish brains, and because of Jewish dissatisfaction, and by Jewish planning, shall also through the same Jewish mental and physical forces become a reality all over the world. A righteous Jew, Henry H. Klein, explained that Zionism is a political program for the conquest of the world. Zionism destroyed Russia by violence as a warning to other nations. It is destroying the United States through bankruptcy, as Lenin advised. Zionism wants another world war if necessary to enslave the people. Our manpower is scattered over the world. Will we be destroyed from within, or will we wake up in time to prevent it? The Rabbi Stephen Samuel Wise in New York said, "Some called it communism, but I call it Judaism."
People were being shot day and night throughout the biggest country in the world. Stalin even got to the point of killing people by random, by quotas.
Let's say 100,000 in Tambov district. Okay, that's it. Whoever they grabbed and shot will be fulfilling quota. They wouldn't care about names. Then after the quotas were fulfilled, the local authorities would report to Stalin, to Central Committee, and asked for additional quotas.
Хрущев просил, лимит, вот, значит, там, что-то ему там разрешалось, что-то 7 или 8 тысяч врагов народа. Он просил, дайте мне лимит на 17 тысяч.
An additional quota will be given, and after fulfilling, they would again ask for additional quota, and so it will go in circles. It was like mincemeat machine, you know. It was just killing and killing and killing.
Sometimes the Jewish butchers cut open the stomachs of their victims, pulled out a length of small intestine, nailed it to a telegraph pole, and with the whip forced the victim to run circles around the pole until the whole intestine became unraveled and the victim died the most agonizing death possible. Pregnant Christian women were chained to trees and their babies cut out of their bodies. Some victims in Kiev were placed in a coffin with a decomposing body and buried alive, only to be dug up after half an hour. Lenin was still not satisfied with this and reported, "More power to the terror." The Bolsheviks would eliminate every free thinker. Trotsky wanted every individual to be a rootless soldier of labor, and he thought that all those demanding free speech, free press, and free trade unions should be shot like dogs. If ordered to move, they were forced to obey. If they refused, they were deserters who would be punished with death. Every move was at gunpoint. Trotsky often executed his victims personally in the most cruelest ways. He happily ordered disciplinary executions, and he even ordered children murdered. Officers and their families were executed for disobeying orders. The Jew Grigory Zinoviev, real name Hirsch Apfelbaum, as head of the Communist International, wrote in an article in the Draznaya Gazeta in Moscow, September 1st, 1918, "We will make our hearts cruel, hard, and immovable, so that no mercy will enter them, so that they will not quiver at the sight of a sea of enemy blood. We will let loose the floodgates of that sea. Without mercy, without sparing, we will kill our enemies in scores of hundreds. Let them be thousands. Let them drown themselves in their own blood. Let there be floods of blood of the bourgeoisie. More blood, as much as possible." Every people who dared to criticize the regime would be branded as anti-Semitic and punished with death. Christians, priests, and the most attractive youth, and all non-Jewish intellectuals were the first to be exterminated. In years to come, Stalin's crime against humanity would make Lenin's Red Terror crumble in comparison. The Gulag was the Jewish NKVD system of forced labor and extermination camps. Any person suspected of disagreeing with the Jewish Bolshevik government was kidnapped by the Jewish secret police and deported to a Gulag.
Help! Help! Help!
Oh, yeah.
Что тут с собаками, с этими, с винтовками, очень много солдат было. Там...
До вечной мерзлоты нужно было вырыть грунт.
Where's the button? There it is. Right, guys. I'm gonna carry this on again tomorrow. WhatsApp. WhatsApp. So cheers for tuning in and everything. And I'll carry it on again tomorrow, about 7:30. Oh, good. Thank you very much. Yep. I'll crack on again tomorrow. If anybody wants me to share anything or anything like that, just give us a message on my community post. Or if anybody wants any other different subjects or whatever, just drop me a message on the community post. All right, mate. All right, everybody.